funnel as many people over to Twitch as we can.
There you go. You should be good, Nin.
What's up, One More Step? Good to see you. How's the album planning going? Thanks for the shares, Retrack. You're the best. Thanks for being here, dude. Always love when some of our OGs are able to be here. Even Twitch is slow, though.
Yep. Bum bum ba da dun 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 dun. Okay, so sound is back. Still not getting TikTok, so I'm just gonna.
Yeah, that's weird.
Just going.
Well,
to...
yeah, it's right there.
Okay, it just
okay?
might be literally that slow that it's just, it's just like I'm not seeing anything. Okay, good. At least that comment did come through. Okay, good. I'll get back over here.
I don't have any coins, but let me see.
What's up, Sam?
Maybe the heart me will help. Hi, Sam. Doing okay. How are you? Happy Friday. We're just getting started. If anyone wants to submit their music and their brand for a breakdown today, the line is completely open.
Yeah, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission. You can read through and follow the steps there, or join us, which I would encourage you to do anyways. Join us on our main platform, the Purple app, so you can see the line, the order, the minimums, better audio and visual over there as well. We're going to get a flow in here in just a bit, in just a bit.
I think we're slowly going to start pivoting out of these lives and just doing like fun random lives.
Yeah.
Let us know y'all's thoughts.
And what would be fun for y'all? Like, especially in the music and entertainment and media space. What would be like fun?
I mean, I just want to do whatever I find fun, to be honest.
No, same.
I'm like, we'll just hop on and do whatever.
Speaking of, I was like,
Tempted to play the synths.
I'm having fun with piano too. Zeus, thank you for the follow. I can't wait to have weighted keys.
What's up, Zeus? Welcome in, guys. Yeah, for sure, Sam.
For sure.
I love that. We're very excited to move away from TikTok, to be honest.
Yeah, kind of.
Neither of us like it.
Exactly. Nathan's in the building. What's up, Nathan? How are you feeling?
Welcome in. Happy Friday, guys. What is up? change the this message, can you?
Not from here, I don't think.
Oh, okay.
The intro, you mean?
That.
What's up, Wade? Welcome in. Let's see. There you go.
Did it work?
Yeah.
Nice.
What's up, Reggie? T. Jacobs, what's up?
Hi guys, welcome in. Happy Friday.
What's up, T? How you feeling today? Reggie, good to see you. Been a minute, man. How are you feeling today? All right. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Yo, welcome in. Welcome in. Hey, good to see you, man. I appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope work is going well. It's fun to tap to your piano playing.
No, I was noticing that.
To the beat. That's exciting.
I love it, Reggie. I love it, man.
Congratulations.
Y'all, thank y'all so much for hopping in. Appreciate y'all being here. Keep tapping the screen, sharing out the live. If you're wanting to send in your music, just go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, follow the steps, read through all the details. Make sure that y'all go and check the main platform out as well, so you can get the full, little bit more higher quality experience over on the Purple app. I'm excited, Reggie, man. I'm super excited for you, man. You've been working like crazy. Da, da, dun, dun.
It won't even let me send it to people. Look. Like beyond.
God.
Right? Like there's usually a more.
It usually says search or more or something.
There's a search, but it's weird.
I mean, that's annoying too, though.
It's glitchy.
Got you, retrack. All right, let's kick it off, y'all. Let's do it. Let's get retrack
Kick it
on.
off with retrack?
Yeah.
He's the only one on the line.
Yep. So we're gonna kick it off.
What?
Well, because
we try to wait for more people to join.
Oh yeah, we still need a couple more shares too. Caesar, what's up? Appreciate you hopping in. I'm like, well, it might be the only one.
Bro's just eager to go.
I'm out of here, dude. Fucking out of here. Wait for 45 minutes for.
Oh, that's funny.
Go to retrack. Dun dun dun. Where's your B minor? Thank you, Zeus. I appreciate it. There's your G. I'm just kidding. Retrack, got your email. Get you downloaded here. Oh yeah, this is the next one after the vampires one. I'm so excited.
Oh my gosh, I'm really excited.
You got me hyped about that product.
The one that the thunder carries through to.
Yep.
Let's go.
Ooh, so if I do the D with the F sharp minor over the top, then you get the 7th for D, and then if I go to the D over the G, then I get the 7th for the G. Always down to work, Zeus. If y'all ever want to reach out for any services that we offer or anything like that, whether that's production, mixing, I do session work as well, then just go to my link tree and click on the Obsidian Key website. You can reach out to us through there, and we'll be in contact. We'll work something out.
100.
That's all the way down there. What's up, Nico?
Can you play metalcore on that piano?
Metalcore on here? Shoot, I don't.
Yeah, change the.
What would I need to do that? It's like with no instrumental context. I'd feel I'd need to like change the tone here probably a little bit. you know, just something crazy. Just like some crazy drop C sharp stuff. And then just go crazy.
Honestly.
Just like all the way at the bottom. Over that major is nasty.
Welcome in, guys. Happy Friday.
Robust. Welcome in. What's up, Cowboy? What's up, Moto? Moto, good to see you.
Did you get Retrack out of the line? Because he's not there. The fuck?
It's not updating, I guess. Of course!
Why?
Yeah,
What's up, Moto? Good to see you.
Hey, I did my best. I did my best. Just some low. I mean, honestly, that would be cool. You just oversaturate that, get a nasty, like, just pick bass with some chugging guitars, and you got yourself a track. You get yourself a record. Let me see if I can get this.
Yo, I'm sorry I keep yawning today. Something is freaking wrong with me.
It's called fatigue because the world is hard. Just kidding. All right, let me see if this will update it.
No, something's not wrong with me. I'm just exhausted.
Yeah.
I need to be careful with what I manifest and say about myself. Right?
There we go. Now it's updated. I
Yay.
don't know why it wasn't.
Yeah. At least you didn't have to like readjust it.
No,
And shit.
yeah. Super annoying when that happens. Now I'm getting tired of the piano sound. So maybe.
So maybe.
So maybe. What's up? No, no. No, 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 no. Let's go, dude. I like it. I like
I love
it.
that so much.
Let's switch this to the stage 73. You could do that on probably like a CP202 or like a Rode 73. Sounds so farty.
That does.
It's more funky.
Funky.
Almost like clavinet. It's so farty. What's up, Helios?
Hi, Helios. Tell me y'all seen that crazy music video I did where I played all the characters in the family.
I don't think so.
But that's amazing. You're always so killer with the visuals you do, Moto. That's impressive. How are you, Helios? Yeah, no, absolutely. It's super impressive. I love it. That sounds really dope. Feel free to drop it in the Discord. What's up, Adonis? Good to see you. Thanks for hopping in. Happy Friday, guys.
What's up, y'all?
Lee. We playing some funky tunes up in here. Some Friday jams. That sounded like that robot thing that we watched on Netflix.
Oh, well,
Cassandra.
I was gonna say Sophie or something, but yeah, Cassandra.
You would say Cassandra.
Cassandra. This is more fun to say Cassandra.
You'd be like, ew, bro, Cassandra's weird.
Cassandra's fucking creepy. Funky tunes, Lee. Where's my clav? We need a,
funky.
We need a clavinet, is what we need. There we go.
Okay, let me see what's happening with this. Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. I wish I played instruments, but I really don't.
Hey,
I
thank you.
just
I
use
appreciate
my
that.
voice as an instrument. But Torvik here is gonna teach me piano at some point. At some point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Boonesboro. Is that how you say it? Boonesboro? Boonesboro Beach Boy. Say that 5 times fast. 8-bit music.
Where is...
Yeah, literally retrack.
Hold on, let me see if this Korg one has a...
I don't watch Seinfeld, to be honest. It's something that my dad used to watch.
There we go.
Thanks, I'm happy to find you all. Who taught how to do so good? That's so sweet. Yeah, no, he's really good. If you want to know how Torvik got so good at everything he does, which is like play however many instruments, sing, write, produce, part of it is really just innate. He was born that way, but also he was homeschooled and had like 8 hours a day to practice.
Yeah, that's very true.
So, lucky him, right? I spent 8 hours a day in school and then still had homework after school, which I think most of you can relate to. Some fucking bullshit, bruh.
That's fun. I don't ever really play funky stuff that much. Funky stuff.
I love that.
I love it. I love it.
What do you play? If you guys are interested in a consultation or a thorough breakdown on your music, your branding, any visuals,
got you.
The board is still wide open.
Helios, got you.
Helios, is this a U track or a snow track? Or both?
I feel like it's been a while since I've heard a
Helios track.
Yeah, a Helios production. Ba-dum-dum.
Helios production.
17 hours, finds organized boxers with healthy gel hair and a beer.
Libby gets home after sunning for 17 hours, finds Torvik in his boxers with heavily disheveled hair. And actually, I can the hurdy-gurdy now.
The hurdy? What the fuck is the hurdy-gurdy?
What? Okay, it's both of you. Yay, that's exciting. I'm so excited to hear it. Hi, Snow. There you are. Good to see you. Oh, I can play the hurdy-gurdy now. Yeah, like some fucking random instrument. I'm just like, good for you, bro.
Like, why is this? I need to increase the depth. This just feels like every transition on like Seinfeld or something.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the hurdy-gurdy, to be honest. That sounds like a made-up name. I thought it was like a funny name for something. Now I need to look it up.
All right, let's get out of here.
Help us beat this algorithm, guys. TikTok is
I think I know what you're talking about. The one that's... Is it the one that spins? Is that what you're talking about?
Didgeridoo. Yeah, those are so crazy.
Yeah. Oh, I know what I just didn't know it was called that. I didn't know it was called a hurdy-gurdy. It's a fabulous name for an instrument. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Just like spins and you crank it. Yeah.
Boons, we'd love to have you. All the info is at the link tree on Torvik's profile, since I still cannot get a freaking... I think TikTok will die before I'm able to get a
seriously
link in my bio.
Seriously, it's ridiculous.
Okay.
All right, y'all. We just need... Let's get another couple shares in there. Maybe we'll wait for one more person to come in, and then we'll see. We'll just hop off again like yesterday or something.
Oh, hurdy-gurdy. Here you go.
so weird. We need more resonance. Always need more resonance.
Those didgeridoos are really cool too. Like,
there we go.
I love when I come across a video of someone who can play that.
More. There we go. Longer decay. There we go. Yeah! I love sound design. More. Give me more resonance. Give me a higher cutoff. Give me a longer decay. More sustain. Less
Libby
release.
gets home after quantum physics finals. First off, I wish. Finds Torvik with every wine glass filled with water to create rim tones while playing the bagpipe. No, literally.
That is, you're not far off from our life.
Honestly, you're not.
Oh, I love the 80s. I love the little tweets. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Actually, I think that might have been this synth. This is a Jupiter 8. I think it might have been. I can't remember if it was this or I think it was either the Jupiter 8, the Prophet 5, or it might have been a CS, Yamaha CS. But there's something about that, like.
Thank you guys for sharing out the live.
That resonance right there that just makes me so happy. That's one of my favorite like tones on. I'm backwards on the screen. On the Jupiter is that tone right there. I love it so much. I'm sorry, Juno.
Legend has it, Torvik plays the bass just by looking at it and imposing his will onto it. I'm not kidding. It's some crazy shit.
Yeah. Vante, welcome in, welcome in.
What's up, Vante? Good to see you. Happy Friday, fam.
You can do so many really cool percussive things with this too. I could show you on the, just for fun, but I could show you on the Juno, but just for the sake of being
And then we can get started.
Yeah. So here's what I'm gonna do.
I'm like, as fun as this is, I'm here to work, bitch. I just imagine Torvik walking into the studio and all his instruments shaking in fear. That would be weird. I'd be like, what's your problem? Did you just see a spider?
A spider?
Did you just see a spider?
That's so fucking gross.
I know.
It's so nasty. There's noise.
Disgusting.
Yeah, they're ahead of you. Retract. So you got a little bit of time.
Retract. Thanks for letting us know.
Super percussive.
Helios doesn't get skipped. Stay in time, drums. You know what you doing. Fret, your strings are slightly out of tune. Get in gear, man. Remember what happened to the first act?
First act is a
he
throwback.
has like all of his instruments lined up like they're in a class. They're all like sitting in chairs.
It's
and
just
shit.
like Beauty and the Beast or something. Like they all just like could come to life and have like mouths and stuff.
Oh, that'd be sick. He's like talking to them and has his mad scientist hair and I'm like, the fuck is your problem? What'd you do all day, bruh? Go mad? Mad, 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 I tell you.
Right? Revealed my trap card. Cold.
That would rule be our guest.
Got you robust.
Ooh, oh my gosh, dude. A Disney record of like Disney songs turned metal.
Oh, who?
That would be sick.
There's a band that did that.
Really?
It was fire.
That's such a cool idea, honestly.
Last Night or something like. I can't think of the name. One of y'all probably knows. There's a band they did it. They're a big metal band now.
He revealed my trap card called Skip.
All right, y'all. Let's get into some music here. We got a couple people in. Let's maybe they did. I'll be honest. They did it pretty.
So you need to skip robust
phenomenally.
a little.
Yeah.
Robust.
It's time.
Robust or die. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, Wayne, thanks for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. Y'all keep tapping the screen. Keep sharing out the live.
I'll do it better. I don't care how good they are. I don't care how millions of likes they have.
Someone needs to figure out who it was.
Damn, no faith. I see where I sit. I'll go back into my corner.
You know, you could do. I mean, okay, but the thing is that the vocals.
Okay, but low key, should that be your tagline?
What?
Dank robust, robust or die.
Robust or die.
The Little Mermaid doing doom metal. She's doing flips in the fucking ocean, just fucking.
Just headbanging.
For some reason,
crazy.
she has a black tail and like.
I gotta.
Is it called a tail? A fin?
I don't know.
Low key, I'm into it.
I gotta see who it is. You can check them out because their vocals are just so good. That's what makes it so crazy. Our Last Night. And they're like, their vocals are crazy. Like, I mean, the musicians are nuts too.
They're like,
and you got
I don't know when.
No, literally.
I don't know how.
No, literally. Listen to this.
I have to whisper because I'm not talented enough to do metal vocals. I can't believe someone's done this. Fuck. No, I can't do it.
Ariel, listen to me. The human world, it's a mess. Life under the sea is better than anything they've got up there. Under the sea, under the sea. Darling, it's better down where it's wetter. Take it from me.
Let's go, Helios.
On the shore, they work all day. Out in the sun, they slave away. While we devoted full time to floating under the sea.
It's fire, dude. Seriously, when did I first listen to this?
It's kind of funny because the lyrics are still so like
right.
like childish kind of.
Right, dude. No, it's so.
Oh, but some of the lyrics go hard as fuck, you guys. I mean, think about the Frozen lyrics. Like that shit will really hit, and same with some of the Moana songs.
No, dude, they did.
Like that will really hit, and then it's like in an actually like really heavy.
Dude, they did
emotional
Moana.
metal song. That's sick. I can't. No, I can't take this seriously. Not Let It Go.
Come on.
Free track. Just in your car, just fucking
Let it
jamming.
go. Let it go. I can't hold it back anymore. Let it go. Let it go. Turn the winds, let the door. And I don't care.
Dude, it just makes me feel like I'm like 16 again. No, you know what I mean?
It's a cover band called Our Last Night.
Dude, hold on. I gotta.
No, the Frozen 2 song that's like
Oh yeah.
No,
That
bro.
one. They already did. They already did a remix
No,
of that one.
I'm on no, bro. Straight pissing me off, bro.
No, dude, the vocals are so crazy.
No, The Next Right Thing.
Oh yeah.
Yo, I started working on this
Seriously.
idea with the Disney song at 4 a.m. I mean, Disney's obviously talented. They got lots of money to pour into their stuff, so that's why it's so good. But yeah, that's kind of funny that somebody already did do the idea that we were just talking
They've
about.
done so many now, and let me just skip through it
Mulan,
and then
question
we'll
mark?
kick it.
I'm brushing up, I'm looking down. I'm working.
Heck yeah, robust. They're like really jamming too.
Tale as old as time.
But this is a little like punky. This is like 2007 punk
For
rock.
sure.
That's not very.
It's not.
metal.
It's not.
It's not like.
They do have their moments of that, but it is
For sure.
anyways. It's funny. So let me X out of that.
Like that dude's giving 2007 heartthrob.
Dude, and I love it.
If
I'm
you
here
see
for
him,
every second of
I
it.
love
dude.
it.
Dude, I love it. It makes me
He's
so
making
happy.
Torvik's heart throb.
Stupid. Go. Dude, Snow, let's
Okay.
go. All right, y'all. Let's get into some of y'all's music. How about that? Let's get into some of y'all's music. Helios. I'm still gonna run with it. Let's make my Disney version, but let's go.
I love that, dude.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
I'm excited.
All right.
We gotta do stuff just for fun.
You
You
gotta
know?
do stuff for fun. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Just don't
All
release
right.
it. Disney will sue the fuck out of you.
Helios.
Just kidding.
It's time. It's time. All right. Want to get your ear on this before Snow gets the stems. The song is for veterans and PTSD they suffer. Snow did her thing, and I screamed and screamed. I love it. Per the context that we're talking about here. For the first time, I think found that aggressive voice. I'm
Ooh.
excited. This is Purple Heart. Have I heard any version of this? And then, okay, it's time. It's time this summer. Let's go. I'm excited. This is Purple Heart by Helios.
Yay, I'm
and
excited.
so Helios on the mix, not on the production, right? But Snow on the vocals. All right, let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it.
Oh, Helios on the production, Snow on the vocals.
Or no, I'm sorry, Helios on the mix and vocals, because you do some screams.
I thought he did some vocals.
Yeah, but no production.
Okay.
Cool.
Is this it?
Yeah.
Purple Heart.
Cool.
Okay, nice.
Coming home was like a dream. So many smiling faces there upon your return.
Roll and sync.
Never knowing the pain.
Thank you for the
Thank you
follow.
for following.
Appreciate you.
Inside, nothing but a void left in you because they all died. Free of the world, the hurt and the pain. Never knowing that surviving would drive you insane.
Thank you.
There's Helios in the back.
Nice. Let's go, Helios.
Too many days to count that you're forced to push through. Talking to you grew way too fast. Your heart's too cold. The joy of freedom wouldn't leave. You just want to go back. Shut off your mind. Push off the attack. It's your time to die. Free of the world.
Got you in a second, Leo.
That wouldn't be the reason. Thank you, Gold.
Turkey is beautiful. I hope we can visit one day.
Let us move there, please. Y'all, still some love. That is Purple Hearts by Ever Snow and Helios on the background vocals there
Very
too.
nice
And
vibes on that
the
one.
Helios. I like this track a lot too. It's got good energy.
Yeah, I think it has so much potential. I think we're just dealing with a lot of the same that we have been dealing with, so you guys are probably not surprised, but it's hard to hear what the root key is in this one.
Mm-hmm. And let me back
Like
this
the
up
root
here.
note.
Yeah, let me back this up here, and then
But man, the vibes are immaculate. I love the screaming. You guys are definitely evolving, and it's really cool to see.
100%.
Cool to witness.
How much does a mic affect autotune? So the only like practical aspect of how your mic is going to affect autotune is the frequency response of the microphone and how that affects the sensitivity of your autotune and stuff like that. But the mic
What's up,
itself,
Tally?
Tally, welcome in. Appreciate you hopping in. But the mic itself is not going to affect your autotune. It's going to come from the source material because it's pitch control, right? So the source material, your voice or anything like that. Did you
receive?
receive? I believe so. I'll double check some things here. And
You know
just
your
a
English is good
second.
when you say thingy, nin.
Right. Oh, got you. Yeah, if your autotune's not sounding good, then it's going to be a source issue. It's going to be the way the vocal is processed pre or supported pre hitting the autotune and the settings of the autotune itself. So there's a lot of things there's a lot of nuance there that you can delve into. But that's really going to come down to the way that you're executing as a vocal. not at all, dude.
Nah, you
Not at
speak
all.
so good. I'm honestly so impressed.
Seriously. All right, let's get back into it. Snow, Helios, let's dive in. Now, obviously, I know this is not this is like not mixed yet because you don't even have the track
no,
outs
it's
yet.
okay. It went really well. We thought you did great.
100%. Happy Friday.
Coming home was like a dream. So many
Same.
smiling
Yeah, y'all make a great team
faces
vocally.
there upon your return. Never knowing the pain that was inside. Nothing but a void left in you because
It's a little off time right there too, I think.
Yeah. Nothing but a void. Yeah, I'm kind of looking for that. Again, it does like I know your intention for your vocals oftentimes is to be a bit more free flowing because I've just heard so much of your music. I've understood
For
that
sure,
more now.
for sure.
That you want it to be more free flowing. My recommendation is still give your melodies and your rhythms a home. Give them a resolution, right? I think that would benefit you a lot because if it's only free, then the listener just has no ability at all to attach to it, right? Because I can't learn it fast enough. And if I can't learn it within the first or second listen, I'll forget it. And of course, that's not what we want. So what my recommendation would be like, if you're going to float a little bit, give them a home so that like you can maybe... where it's like maybe the da-na-na-na-na is like the home. That's like where you kind of lock it back into the pocket again. You get it back into, so like everyone kind of knows how to come back down to earth when it comes to the melody and the rhythm and stuff like that. Got you, King, 100%. Can kind of get you back to reality there. Even if you float away from it on some of the other parts of the song, you give it a structure where there's a part of it that's grounded. There's a part of it that's consistent, it's melodic, it's rhythmic, and it feels way more established. I think if it's all floating too much, then it can still like sound cool and unique and creative, but I can just assure you it'll be reflective in numbers that you just won't, people can't listen and learn it quick enough. And so that'd be one thing. And also it's going to make it easier for you to track and layer and stuff like that too. Thank you so much for your follow. I really appreciate
Thank
it.
you so much, and thanks for being
Yep.
here. We're really glad that you're here, and super excited to hear what you got.
Hey, Zooted, welcome in. Gold, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the follow, and thank you so much for hopping in. And then, okay, I think yours actually just came in. Ooh, I was gonna say I
Happy
didn't see
Friday,
it.
guys.
Got you,
What's
man.
up, Zooted?
I appreciate you, man. Let me get you up here.
Hi, Bubble. Good to see you. Bubble butt. Bubble, bubble, bubble butt. Bubble butt.
Turn around, stick it out, so the world you got it. All right. sorry, distracted for a second. Let me get King. Let me get you back. I think it was under Willie, right? If I'm remembering correctly.
Your English is really good, Gold. You're doing great.
Let me see. Turn around, stick it out. All right, let me see.
Yeah, Domster, if you want more information, all the info is at the link tree on
What's
Torvik's
around
profile. You'll see a link listed there that says Track Talk Submission. We still have several open spots for today if you're interested.
Okay, so I think that was.
I had sent
really-
10 line a couple weeks ago and we never got around to it. Is that still valid? Yeah, we can definitely check for your credit. Let's see.
So fresh, I got you with your 15.
It was a
Look at
10.
this.
Yep, we got you. It is 15 minimum, so we can bump you up to the 15. And then, of course, you can add to that if you want to move up in the line at any point. But we got you on the line now. Okay, well, you're doing really great, Gold. Keep up the good work.
Okay,
you for
Zuda,
joining
got you.
us.
Got you. All right, let's get back into the track. Nin, I should have
And
you
once
updated
you
on
learn
there.
English, we'll come visit you in Turkey.
Of course. Yes, please. What's up, Hunter? Appreciate you hopping in. All right, let's back it up a little bit. I want to get into. So yeah, you're saying like you do want more structure. So I think, and we've talked about this plenty of times, so I don't need to reiterate a whole lot. But
We love you,
that is
Nin.
definitely something that I would spend the majority of your focus on. And there's multiple aspects to that. It's the repetition of rhythm. It's the yes, I'm here. I've only been here for like not that long, dude. I'm here.
Not
TikTok.
that long, dude.
I haven't been here that long, dude. What the fuck? So anyways, I would, it's repetition of rhythm as well as melody, right? So keep some of that in mind when you go through the structure. Now, the introduction of the harmony layers, Fresh, you should be good. I should still have you because that was pretty recent. Let me back this up a little bit and let's get back into it. But that, if I would focus any attention, I think would be on that part of the structure. Once you bring in those harmony layers and stuff, which I'm assuming are like Antares or Waves harmony or something like that, those harmonies obviously by default are nice and tight. They're well structured. And so just make sure what they are nice and tight to feels really consistent and it feels really well established.
On your return,
Not at all, you're good.
never knowing the pain that
So even on this, even knowing pain, right? Like it's like having like a little bit more of a tie to the grid.
And then
Still
having
flow.
a layer on top of that, like.
Yeah. 100%.
Like then you can really add to the emphasis there and it will have
Yeah.
a much bigger impact.
Hell yeah. Especially, and again, this is, as you very well know, song to song, structure to structure. It kind of really depends on what you're looking for. But and we love you, dude. You're so
I know, you're
so
so
encouraging.
sweet.
You hype me up. I'm like, yeah, damn, dude. Yeah, let's kill her.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, right. So I think it could be beneficial to have like a really good, clear foundational structure, even if it is really open still. Let me push it forward a little bit. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Is it really depends on the track. It really depends on kind of the structure that you're looking for. Some are a little bit more open. This style, this like a little bit more like modern progressive
Grungy
metal like this
yeah.
is very, I mean, these are, VST drums. They're on the grid. They're
Mm-hmm.
quantized. They're all sampled. You know what I mean? Everything's tight, super, super tight.
Mhm.
And so if you want punch, if you want drive, then you need to probably match that with your vocal performance. Now, there's a time and place, as we all know, to float away from that and do something a little bit different. But in this case, you're saying you want structure and impact. So I would spend days, weeks, months digging into like what that looks like for your vocal and comping in to do like one take at a time to make sure that vocal really,
Yeah, it'll
really
be
locks
worth
in and
it.
really punches. 100%.
I love that kind of like hollowness of your deeper voice and stuff like
Yes.
that. I think it has a good impact.
100%.
So yeah, if you could just like hone that down in the timing and all that, it's gonna be really killer.
And I also think you're doing some of this, so I'm going to compliment you on that, but I think you could do it even more extreme of compartmentalizing your vocal range a little bit too. So there's like parts of your verse where you're a little bit lower, it's more ethereal, a little bit more breathy, and then you float higher for a while and then kind of come back down, and then you go into your hook and it's higher, but then you also float back down a little bit. It could be nice to compartmentalize those registers so that your vocal has some separate impact going into your hooks, or there's a little bit more energy at the top end, right? As opposed to it kind of all blending together a little bit, and the only thing that changes is the beat, but the texture of your vocal is largely the same. Let's get into like a little bit later into your hook and stuff here.
nothing but a void left in you because they all died. Free.
So like right there, you start and then you start and you start to push it a little bit higher right there. But I would almost, in my opinion, I would almost immediately go higher. So like if you're at the end of your verse, don't start the hook at because then your dynamic immediately doesn't change. The hook for the production kicks in strong. Like go straight into like the higher register up there where it's it immediately.
I want to build this out now.
I know, dude. It immediately separates itself from the verse as opposed to you starting in the exact two notes that you end your verse on. So your vocal just kind of translates directly into your hook, but it doesn't grow with the instrumentation. So I would try to distinguish those a little bit more from the end of your verse to the start of your hook, because I do feel like that would immediately make it way, way, way more impactful.
It's so fun. It's a cool song, you guys.
So you have this beautiful.
Can I hear that jump again really quick?
Yeah. I like that melody there a lot. I'd build off that. So what if you just started on repeat. That's your same, that takes out the first two notes that are low, kind of like a verse note. Takes out the first two notes and goes straight to the da of the da, da. If you hang out in that range, that sounds like a hook. Like that sounds like it's immediately established itself so separate from the verses because you take out those first two low notes and go straight to the high melody. Something like that, right?
Read
Obviously.
Nin's comments.
Getting hot here with these vocals, or I burnt my CPU while producing. Yeah, you got options to choose from. Yeah.
It's funny.
Can you even do a transition in the 2-drop because my CPU was burning? Check your RAM usage. Sometimes you might have like a
that's
plug.
hard.
You might have a. I know you're joking some too, but you might have a plugin that's not updated and it's just crushing your CPU and something like that. Check your RAM usage, and you might see that like randomly your DAW is like taking 22 gigs of RAM or something like that, and you might need to make some adjustments because I've been there many times. All right. And then I would go again, have some level of repetition. So whatever you do for that first melody, if it's something like that, make sure that you give it 4 bars or 8 bars or a couple measures, and then repeat that same melody again, or very close to the same melody again. That's what's going to make it sticky. That's what's going to make it memorable, as opposed to it changing a little bit each time you go. I would take it like, just as an example, like take it every like 4 or 8 bars. That's like one easy way to compartmentalize it. You can have a longer hook structure or a shorter one that has more repetition. Something like Paper Planes would be one that's a shorter main hook melody, but has more repetition. It like repeats a lot, right? A little bit faster. You can spread that out more like what you're doing here, but you still want at least 1 repetition of that melody, preferably probably 3 or 4. Yeah, I've just been there so many times.
No, definitely that happens.
All right, let me skip forward a little bit. Let me get into the second verse here. Oh, I do actually want to hear Helios vocal
I
come in
would
here
love
too.
to see also like y'all's lyrics written out. If you have them written out, I think that would be helpful.
Never knowing that surviving would drive you insane. The loss of so many.
Love that introduction of your vocal there, Helios. Really cool.
And the addition of Helios vocal there is definitely more grounding. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
So it helps, yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool contrast. Immediately you have like a little bit of a later vocal structure. Too many days, it's like a little bit later on. It runs on a little bit as opposed to too many days. It could be the note.
Right.
You're starting your notes on expansions. So you're like starting. So So you have like those starting notes. Yeah. So I would just try to come back to whatever you decide is your first verse melody and that first verse structure. Repeat that in your second verse loosely. You can open it up a little bit more as you want to, but you're starting on like this like sixth right here. So the chord is like on the F minor, but you're constantly creating that tension as opposed to and then going up. You hear that like resolves a little bit more. The note choice makes a big difference. Obviously, you can do anything you want to as far as the notes go, but it does make a difference in how like settling something feels or unsettling it feels, and there's a reason for both. I usually recommend to like start from a more settled place and then expand from there, especially with the way that your vocal hits. Starting from here, now that note that you started with has more context because the chords are hitting it with you. And you can again float away, move around it a little bit, but now it feels tighter to the chords. So I would definitely pay attention to not only the melody, the movement of those notes, right, which would be the melody. Pay attention to the melody and its consistency. Pay attention to the timing of. Thank you, Mo. Appreciate you hopping in. Pay attention to the actual rhythm of it, the cadence of it, where it sits in the timing, and pay attention to the actual note that you're hitting. So it's not just that any melody needs repetition or any rhythm needs repetition. It's exactly what that rhythm is and what those notes are that make probably the most difference with how a song feels, right? So that is absolutely something that I would pay attention to as you build out these verses. And then honestly, it's like once you come up with your formula, thank you so much, Snow. Once you come up with your formula, you can repeat it easily, right? Like once you know what a hook sounds like and you have 4 repetitions in the hook, literally just copy it over. And then if you want something to change, you just add an ad lib or you add one little vocal texture that changes
Yeah,
in your lead.
exactly.
Your first verse, you come up with like 2 melodies, not a bunch, but 2 melodies or something, right? For your first verse, literally just repeat it over to the second verse, change words maybe, but repeat it over to the second verse. And then if you're like, well, I still want it to be a little more creative and different, change it from the repeated one, right? But I think right now you have so many different melodies, you're having to pull back into consistency and repetition as opposed to build something boring first and then make it
And
more
then build on
creative.
top of that,
Yeah,
yeah.
like if all like in that example of na 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 na, right? Da, na, na, na. If that's how you start and that's boring and that's simple and that's easy, then maybe on your second verse, once you've established that, you change it up. Da, na, na, na. You start here. Da, na, 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 na. Da, na, 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 na. Da, na, 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 da, na, na, na. You have that little float away from it, and then you come back under control, right? But you start from boring. Start from boring. Just at least in your case, I would start from boring and build more random stuff out of there, and it'll still feel creative. But your foundation super consistent because I think you're so creative with your melodies. You have so much floating with all of your vocal that it's almost like, well, what?
I'm so excited, Snow.
I'm so excited. Or not at all, and then you're fire. I think oftentimes when you're someone who has a lot of ideas, I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, Snow and Helios are awesome. They're really, I mean, that's the family right there. We love them so much. I think if you have if you're an ideas person, as y'all know I am, you can throw a lot of ideas out there, and it can be kind of nearly impossible to like pull back from that. You're like, well, I don't know which idea I want or don't want. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know what lyric to change or what melody to grab onto and repeat. Like it can kind of be overwhelming. It might be better for you to start from like really, really simple and really, really basic, and then from there do the floating, right? Float away from a foundation. All right, let me skip into this last little section here. But that's what I would kind of start with. And then of course the mix will come. You'll deal with all that. It'll be fine. Maybe get a double track on your vocal, Helios, so it hits both sides kind of as the foundation. Because in this instance, I hear Snow's vocal as more of an ad lib. And that like vocal that you have, I would get that double track. So it's kind of the foundation there and then float away with Snow.
I don't it would be really cool. I have this random idea, and of course take it or leave it, but I have this idea of like doing a major buildup where you add a bunch of layers into it during the buildup and through the buildup. And then maybe it kind of drops and has a cutoff, and then maybe Helios comes in with some main vocals
True.
That way it's kind of like a build up to something.
Sure.
And then he has some lead vocals, and then you both come in at the end to finish it out. That'd be really, really cool. I think it would have a big impact as well.
Hey, what's up, Pop Rock? Welcome in. Welcome in.
Yeah, good to see you, Pop Rock.
Let me back
Happy
up
Friday.
here. Maybe there's like this bridge before. They could do something like that.
Free.
Like here, right before.
Like with
Freedom. What am I leaving? You just want to
I think it cuts out for a second.
that layer is off, right?
Yeah, there's this part here. You already said the second verse you need to restructure a
Okay,
little
okay.
bit. It's definitely noisy. I think just because my brain doesn't know where to go to the ad libs, to the lead, to the
Exactly.
harmony, to the backgrounds and stuff like that. So definitely,
One of them is off key, yeah.
yeah, be really intentional with where those sit. And yeah, there's one, I think one harmony in the background that gets like corrected to another note. So just, yeah, double check some of that.
off the attack. It's your time to die.
Right here.
Yeah, it's really short, and I know you're building off of like a BeatStars beat, so it's hard
That
to
is
restructure
tricky.
that a little
That is
bit.
tricky.
But you kind of, you of course
Will you get
Helios.
stems or no?
Yeah, they're getting
Oh,
stems.
okay.
But
So
yeah,
you
you
can
could
kinda
you
do
could
whatever.
potentially like take some part of that and chop it to make that little breakdown a little bit longer and go down to just snow for a second. And you start to build it from there, and then after that, Helios comes in with and then like push
Okay,
it a little
nice,
bit
nice.
farther. What's
Yeah,
up,
well,
Sky?
I think the feel is great. Hi, Sky. So good to see you, dude. We miss you. I'm glad that you're able to hop in today. Hey,
Hey,
thanks
let's
for,
go.
thanks
Thank you for the
subscribing
resub.
again.
I
Yeah.
appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Hey, what's up, Anthony? Welcome
It's
in,
worth
man.
it to get the stems on this one, guys. There's so
Yeah,
much potential
The
with
track
this.
itself is really cool.
I feel like I could
especially-
endlessly work on this and make like 3 or 4 different songs from it because it's that fun.
you for the
So I
follow. I
think it's
appreciate you.
definitely worth it. So just cleaning this all up,
Yeah.
honestly, almost like stripping it completely and starting fresh.
So right now, so I hear Helios's vocal come in foundationally, right? Just said I knew. And then your vocal comes in, and I think what my brain wants to hear structurally is like a little bit more give and take. So dun, dun, knew. Oh, said I knew. Like a little back and forth, as opposed, yeah, a little more call and response, a little less overlap of those layers. Because I hear Helios.
Exactly, Helios.
It happens with Helios, and then you come in, and it was perfect. And then Helios comes back in, and you keep going. And so then the second part of that gets really muddy and just noisy, right? Because then again, same thing, your brain doesn't know where
Like
to
I
turn.
just picture a really good build up with Snow's vocals,
Gotcha,
just
gotcha.
of a bunch of different layers, like you know, like
Yeah.
you're really just like
Open up the
belting it,
vocal.
like layers, like maybe at least 3 layers. A lower one, you got your main lead, and then you got that higher one that I just did right there. It's like just would be sick, you know. So
Hell yeah.
build up, and then Helios comes in with those screams and that like exactly.
Even so, what I love is that like that idea is supported too by the screens, right? Of the da, 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 while Helios is doing ya, da, da, da. You know what I mean? Like it's like the balance of those two, of like the fry and the energy over the high melody that just offers so much texture, right? There's infinite there's
possibilities.
infinite possibilities.
Exactly. That's why I said I could literally picture like 4 different songs out of this.
100%.
But for the sake of this one idea, I do think it could work really, really well for you guys, and then to have you guys come together
Yeah,
at the end and really support each other's vocals would be so dope.
100%.
But I do think that it would be worth it to manipulate the original production and structure if
to make room for that.
yeah, I think.
And like, and then I'll kind of backtrack for a second too. That only works if it's structured really well.
Right.
If it's still super loose and there's a lot of changes to the melody and rhythm, then it's just noisy and muddy. the more you build more layers, you're building layers on something that already is really busy and noisy. So I think the more that you clean structure, you make the foundation of the song kind of simple, melodic, structured really well, great repetition, you have room to do other fun stuff and fill in the gaps without it feeling too noisy. But that only works if you
Like,
kind of
okay,
hit
can we
reset
just,
for a
this
second.
song is exciting me so much because I can picture like an extended version where there's also like a rad guitar solo.
Got
You
you.
know what I mean? Like, it would
I
just
know
be
Snow's got that too.
sick.
That's
So maybe I'll have like a radio edit, and that's the shorter version, and then you have the extended
Robust,
cut, and
got
it
you.
just has all like this dope shit.
got you, robust. Make
So
sure.
excited, Helios. I'm almost like I wish we could hop on a call with you guys, but we're just so
This
damn
is sick.
busy right now in the middle of our move. But it will be so much easier here soon because we will have a house and we won't be stuck in an apartment.
And
That's why
just,
you guys never hear me sing like that, because we're probably pissing our neighbors off.
or exciting them a lot because it's beautiful. All right, let's listen
Thank
to the
you,
last 30
that's very
seconds here,
nice.
and then we'll keep it moving.
No worries at all, Nick.
I got you. Yeah, it should be
Thank you,
updated.
Brazil.
Got you, robust.
Anthony, that's literally your phone.
Click down.
Overdriving.
Okay, I'll make sure I update it here. I saw the 5 come in, but I'll if I got something else, I'll double check it. No, you're totally good. Totally good. That's what you're here for. All right, man. Y'all show some love to the family. But turn down your phone, Anthony. Turn down your phone. I don't know what you're talking about, man. You have control over that. Man, y'all show some love to the family. That is Ever Snow and Helios. Show some big old chuggy boys. You know what I'm saying? I love it, dude. It's super, super fun. So y'all
I'm
give it up on
excited,
time
you
for the
guys.
family.
That honestly is one of the most exciting songs you have ever seen.
Because the potential is
for
so
it.
much more, especially
It's
if you
really
lock
not
in your
there
melodies.
yet. Which
If you lock in your melodies.
Yeah, it's really not there yet, but I'm excited to see what you guys do with it.
All right, and then let me see. Let me double check.
Let's go. I cannot wait to hear how this progresses, you guys.
Let me see. So Shay. Okay, yeah, I didn't see that other 10. Got you. 100%. Let me get you up there.
No, thank you for correcting us. It's important that we
Yeah.
get it right. So if you ever see that we didn't fully get your submission correct, then feel free to correct us, you guys. Thank
Yeah,
you so
sometimes
much.
my phone will only show me like the top notification, or it'll get buried under since it's like the same artist and stuff like that. So yeah, feel free to continue to update me. But I think I should have everyone set, and then I just got
Thank
an email
you so
from
much for being here,
Sky.
Pop Rock. You're the best.
Got you, Sky. Man, y'all show some love to the family. I appreciate you so much, Pop. Let me get
Pop,
Sky.
Pop Rock.
Pop, 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 rock. We love y'all so much,
That'd be
man.
kind
Y'all
of a
are
cool
amazing.
tag. Pop Rock.
All right, let me see.
No, the one that you did was just better.
Yeah, for sure.
We love you guys.
Y'all are amazing. Amazing, amazing. Let me get you up here. All right, y'all, let's keep the music
Gotta
going.
give you a heart too, Helios.
Yeah,
I forget
on
you're
both-
here. You're
on
here.
both screens. Appreciate y'all so much. All right, let's get into it. Sky, I got you. Still
It
sick,
really just
dude.
depends. Since it's modular, we always recommend keeping the board up. That
Yep.
way you can keep track of it. And if you ever want to skip forward, you can. If you ever want us to save your credit, you can. Just let us know.
Love all around. Love all around. All right, this is Hello Sky. Another
go,
one
Snow.
of the
Good idea.
family. Organized list. Let me see where do I. Perfect. Got you.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and
Yeah.
actually, robust actually came in first, Sky. So I'm gonna keep that in the right order. Yeah. So robust came in first with that skip, and then I got your 40 after that. So I'm gonna try to keep it in the same order there, if that's cool with you. And let me get robust. I got you. Just want to make sure this is good. And I think that's for here. Perfect. Okay. This is Dude Shay. I'm excited. Thank you so much for. Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I was like, wait, hold on. I'm getting my stuff out of
Yeah,
order
and I'm
because.
also like, dude, we know how this guy's cool. Like,
Yeah, I know.
we're
I just
fine.
want to make sure because I know I was like starting to read your thing, but then realized I had missed their 10, which put them at the 41st. So I just want to make
Your
sure
brain, your
everyone's
brain
good.
is working very hard.
It's working very hard. So fucking gross, dude. God. All right.
I hate us,
God,
bro.
fuck. All right. Let's get into it. Hey, what's up,
Hi,
Jens?
Jin.
Appreciate
Good
you
to
hopping
see
in.
you.
All right, so this is Dude Shay. I'm excited to get into this. Twitch name is Dank Robust. So y'all can see them over here on Twitch. Song.
Your brain is so strong.
It's nasty.
Tolvik.
12 is so, it's fucking me up. All right, hey guys, I'm new here. Robust. I'm so glad you're here, man. Welcome to the family. This is a single I just released. My buddy and I both do vocals. I sing the verse and he does the chorus. I record guitar, bass, and draw my drums and MIDI. Love it. Playing's crazy.
We've been getting gross as fuck, bro.
God, dude, just
Twitch gets wild.
I've had
It's
I've had it.
live stream after hours over here on Twitch.
God, it's 3:45 p.m.
So
All
good.
right. I also mix master all of our music. Love it. I'm still pretty new, started in November. I'd love feedback on the production and maybe the art. I feel like my music isn't terrible. I have a hard time reaching an audience for sure, as do many, many people.
Yeah, for sure.
I just recently broke 2K on Spotify. Fantastic.
Awesome.
I'd love any feedback you have. Thank you. Of course, I'm excited. So let me get the YouTube up here.
Okay, so we have your Twitch name. Perfect. What is your Spotify under? Is it Dank Robust?
So
or
it'd
what
be
is that?
this probably.
LPMFF?
Yeah, I
Is
think
that-
so.
I'll pull up your
ICU.
Spotify.
Yeah, LPMFF, I believe, is the
Perfect. Got you.
artist name. All right, let's get into it. This is called ICU by LPMFF. I've got the artwork on YouTube, but I'll make sure I pull you up on Spotify too. So on your second listen, we can get you a stream. Might as well support in any way that we can. This
Heck
is
yeah.
ICU by LPMFF. You gave me some great context. I love details. I love context. So if there is any other details about what you're using, your process, anything like that, I'd love to hear it. If not, let's get into it. This is ICU by LPMFF.
I love the upside down for the end.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, any genre stuff. Go to my link tree. So that's your lower vocal there, right?
This guy.
For sure. What's up, Slim?
Anthony, no one else has issues.
And I also have the audio coming directly out of it clean, so.
The buddy sounded condescending, bruh.
This song is just overdriven too.
Thank you, Nin.
Let's go, y'all. Show some love. That is ICU by LPMFF. Let's get into it. So the main thing that I want to talk about, JS9, welcome in. Appreciate you hopping in. The main thing that I want to get into is kind of the foundational mix elements.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Also, somebody brought up a good point that the sound is much better since it's direct on Twitch or YouTube if you're interested.
Yeah, definitely. It's uncompressed. The problem with TikTok is they overcompress everything. So any signal, because I have our headphones are actually split coming out of the iRig. And so we're getting the direct signal of the iRig and it's not distorting at all. So it's just the translation to TikTok and their overcompression and stuff like that, which is why we always recommend. We love compression, but that's also why I always recommend that people go over to our main platform, which is Twitch. All right, this is ICU by LPMFF. Yeah, I want to kind of just bring some of these mix elements kind of back under control. Like I kind of want to bring it back. Like there's, I think, some inflation that's happening in the mix, whether it's like low end inflation on several different elements in this track, contrasted with a couple other elements between your drums, bass, your double tracked guitars and stuff like that, that just make like your lows and mid lows really, really muddy in this track. I would love to leave a little bit more clarity and a little bit more distinction between those elements. Now, in this style of music, I still want it loud and noisy and impactful and to have a ton of energy behind it. But at the same time, if everything is kind of inflated to the same thing where the drums have low end push, your guitars are boomy, your bass is super loud, then you're going to get a lot of things living in the same space. And I feel like that's going to be difficult for you to maintain clarity. So let's get into the structure of it really quickly, and then we'll dive in a bit. But shout out to ICU, LPMFF.
Hey Dennis, please don't spam the chat.
I love that you've been only doing this for 6 months, maybe right now at this point, 5-6 months. You're in a good spot. The fact that you haven't been doing this for very long, you're mixing your own stuff, and you still are. You're still getting some pretty decent sounds out of this too. Gain staging is hard though. For me, gain staging is only hard because people do too many things first. What's up, Moke Sense? Welcome in. Gain staging to me is only
What's up, Mo?
difficult
Good to see you. Thanks
because
for hopping in.
people
Happy Friday.
tend to add a bunch of stuff, add a bunch of plugins, do a whole bunch of things, and then wonder why things aren't fitting together, as opposed to having a dry mix first, where you just mix top down and you mix from just like a very, very clean structure, balance things, pan things, and then you know that all you have to do then is add texture and color to your signal stylistically to really make it what you want to do. But oftentimes the reason why people struggle with gain staging is because they already added 3 compressors to a vocal, 2 EQs, a reverb and a delay, and a bunch of saturation to cover their sound. And then they're like, well, I can't make it clear now. So yeah, you got too many things on there that are limiting your ability to even hear the actual signal that you need to push or pull out of the mix. And that's something, thank y'all so much for hopping in. Appreciate you being here. And if you struggle with enjoying your own real vocal, then you'll never represent it well in a mix. Happens all the time. I know so many, you'll get demoitis, you'll start mixing your vocal well and it'll come through with clarity, and that will cause you to make poor decisions in your mix in order to pull things away. And that's difficult. So you kind of have to, you got to find a sweet spot, and you also have to just own your voice. If you like it, if you
The line is at the website.
If you like it, you're more likely to actually mix it with clarity. If you don't like it, you're going to struggle with mixing with clarity. And so you got to find a sweet spot. All right, let's get into this track real quick. Yep, it is what it is. You can find tools to help, polish it up a little bit if you want to, but yeah, it's a journey, man. I've been there many, many, many times. Got you, Zulu. I'm gonna back this up real quick too. Okay, so right off the bat, too, one small detail right off the bat is your drums to me sound.
I love that, Helios. So
I love
fun.
it. It's Ruach, right? Yeah, let me get you back up on the board.
I don't know. We can't guarantee that it would be played because if you've read through all of the steps, the way that it works is it's a modular line.
Yep.
So anyone can skip forward, and that's just the most fair way that we lay it out. So it's really up to you.
Yeah, 100%.
And just to give you a heads up, some people literally have come in like 30 times before. So for you, 3 times, I understand. But I mean, I paid for this and it's the 3rd time it's not played. then it shows me that you haven't read the steps.
Definitely.
Because if you read the steps fully before and read what you agreed to by submitting.
Or if you think you paid for a review because you didn't read it, and so you think you've skipped or something,
Yeah,
that
it's
might be
not
the
a
confusion.
review.
So
Yeah.
that might be some of the confusion. Okay,
Right.
let me get back to this okay, so from the drum structure, so I can focus on ICU here, or LPMFF. So the drum structure itself, right off the bat, it's very, very, very compressed. So part of the reason why your mix is getting really, really muddy, you didn't skip.
You didn't
So
skip.
please,
Yeah.
please, we totally got you. You're up on the board. I already got
Yeah.
you back in the line. You're right below the list right here. You're underneath
But to
fresh
make
right
this
there.
easier, please go back and read the submission steps.
We got you.
That way there's no confusion and surprise.
Okay, so let me get into this track. So your drum structure here is very, very compressed. And I think part of why your mix is getting really, really muddy. If your mix is, if you don't understand something,
Please don't submit. Please.
Don't submit.
Yeah.
If you understand it, if you read through it, we have a ton of repetition and a ton of details.
If you're hungover, not a problem. Maybe another day.
Give it a day. Come back Monday, and we got you. We'll make sure that you're taken care of, man. You're totally good. AI just requests this because I believe in you.
What do you mean?
You might need to rephrase that, band. But yeah, we'll always make sure. That's why we still have your credit. We'll always make sure you're taken care of.
Definitely, yeah.
We'll always make sure that you're taken care of. 100%. Okay, drums. Let's get into it, man. Yeah, you do what makes sense for y'all. One of the reasons why your structure is really, really muddy right here is because it's highly absolutely, we'll always make sure you're taken care of. Yeah, just double check all of the details. Read through the FAQ. Read through the terms of
We try to
service and all
make
that
it
stuff.
as transparent and detailed as possible to help.
Yeah. AI. Yeah, I might just be missing some commas and stuff in there that I'm missing. Sorry if I am. Yeah, we're always going to offer a good service. We're always going to make sure y'all are taken care of, no matter how long it takes. We'll make sure that y'all are taken care of. And if people come in often, even that happened today. Someone came in, they've been waiting for a while. They weren't able to get up on the board a couple weeks ago. So it wasn't a couple weeks ago. We dropped them another 5 in order to push them forward and get them back up on the board again. We'll always make sure y'all are taken care of, but you gotta show up and make sure you know the details and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. This is not
we can give Faith a 5 since they've hopped in 3 times if we want.
I'll drop you another 5. This is not like a free review with a skip line. This is a consultation service, and the way that it works out is kind of like a bid in order for people to determine if they want to go faster or not. But you're not paying for a play. You're not paying for just a quick review. It's a
so much,
short
Moog.
version of a long form service. Like we do consultations with artists all the time that are an hour, 2 hours long. This is a shrunken version of that. So you're not paying to like skip a free line. You're paying as a part of a consultation. And so it is just a little bit different. I know it lives in the same space as like live music reviews and stuff like that. But that's kind of the balance that I want to try to find with it. Let me get you a 5 real quick. So I'm going to drop you that. You have been you
hopped in a few times.
A couple times, and so I'll give you a little bit of a push there. But yeah,
and it is your first time submitting, so there was a bit of confusion. So we're happy to throw you an extra 5.
100%. Okay. LPMFF. Let's get it. Okay. So your mix is very, very, very compressed. Okay. So I'm going to get back to the structure here. So let's talk drums. One of the reasons why you're getting so much mud is as opposed to things cutting into the mix and being transient and feeling open, you kind of have like everything, like almost like think of like a garbage compactor. This is a poor compression example, right? But I'll use it regardless. It's like, imagine like you have a bunch of stuff in your trash and you can kind of see all of the things because they're all kind of sticking out, and you can move them around, right? And position them in a way where you can kind of see what's going on in there. And then imagine you take a weight and you squish all of that together. All of a sudden it's a blob in the middle, right? It's just this ball or this like brick of trash, right? I'm not saying the music is trash, just the analogy, right? But everything's been so squished together that you lose any level of like clarity and distinction between the different elements in your mix because they've been so compacted and squished into the mix, right? That's happening with your drums, where like your kick with the low end boost and the compression, your kick, your low toms, the low end of your snare, your bass, your double tracked rhythm guitars, that's all blended together into this kind of blob in the middle of the mix between like 50 and 800 hertz. It just is kind of noise right there. And because of that, you lose your rhythm section almost completely. There's sometimes I kind of hear your
It's
blast
like muddying
beats.
up the vocals too.
Yeah, you kind of hear your blast beats, but I don't really get that clear distinction of like, here's the drums doing what the drums are doing, here's the pocket of the rhythm guitars, and here's a clear lead vocal over the top. Now, I'm also a fan of noise and energy and distortion and overdrive and fuzz, especially in this genre. That's important to the genre feeling grungy and feeling intense and almost aggravated. So I want to maintain that while still offering clarity to the different elements. So one of the first things that I would do is loosen up your instruments a little bit. I always recommend, or 99% of the time recommend, that you do a dry mix on your elements. In this instance as well, you're using a VST for your drums. Those drums are already compressed. They're already EQ'd. They're already tracked and sampled. You usually don't have to do a ton to them. Sometimes you do. It depends on a lot of factors, right? But you don't always need to do a ton of things to them in order to make sure that they fit in a mix, right? They're kind of already mixed oftentimes. You just have to change velocity and some small elements where you can, polish it up a little bit. In my opinion on it, now this song's released, so take this all with a grain of salt and pour it into your future record, but this is what I have to listen to. I would take kind of the structure of what you have here, get a fantastic dry mix, right? So before you even, add five, or a bunch of reverb to the guitar and you sidechain it to this and you boost the low end on your double track and you do all of these things, right? Get all of your elements into the mix and get it dry, right? So that you know that your loudness and your positioning is where you want it to be. That's where I would focus, right? Get your loudness and your position, your gain staging and your positioning where you want it to be. Then if you know that your guitars are as loud as you want them, your drums are as clean as you want them, the bass is at the level that you want it to be, then you can polish each of those elements to really open up the structure of your mix. But if you pour a bunch on it and
Hi,
it all
Kaylee.
get, what's up, Kayla? Okay, I'll double check in a second, man. Welcome in, man. I appreciate you being here. If you pour a lot onto your mix in what you would call a wet mix versus a dry mix with nothing on it, if you have a super wet mix and then you're trying to position your wet mix and make crazy stylistic choices with a wet mix, you're missing out on a lot of clarity that is to be offered. That's like my overarching, like you're a little bit newer to engineering. That's awesome, dude. I love that you're doing this for yourself. You've
Super
only been
cool.
doing it for 6 months, crushing it. But that's one of the things that I would just kind of take a step back on is see how phenomenal you can get. Thank you so much for the heart, me. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
See
thank
how
you.
phenomenal you can get with a really, really dry mix, get gain staging under control, get your panning open in a way that feels really cohesive, then start to polish and
No,
push what you're
typically
doing.
Mondays, Wednesdays, or Fridays.
Yeah. All right, let me get a little bit deeper into this mix, and then Kaylin, I'll double check for you in a second too. Because right now, all that low end push, that like 100 to 400 hertz push is giving you a lot of that mud right there. And what you might need to do is go a little brighter with the drums instead of pushing the low end, let the bass handle that. So don't go super boomy with the drums, maybe pull some of that back and then crank like 5K to 8K on the drums, get the snare nice and snappy into the mix a little bit more. Got you, King. Yeah, we got you for sure, man. Anytime. If you hop back in a little bit later, I'll still have you. You're totally good. But either way, we got you covered,
No
man.
worries at all.
What's up, Wubsy? Thank you for the heart me as well. But
Hi,
I think
Wubs.
you can take a
Thanks for the
couple,
heart me.
and thank you for the heart me as well, Sky. I appreciate you. If you take a couple steps back on the mix, I think you'll be in a really, really good spot. And then again, decide where you want things to be, right? So maybe the drums are a little, especially in like metal and heavier stuff, you might want the drums to be a little sharper, brighter, punchier, but you don't need to carry a lot of weight in the low end of the mix. Let your double track rhythm guitars do that. Let your bass fill some of that that void right there with some minor EQ curves and good gain staging. I think if you just reset a couple elements here, you're going to be in a beautiful spot. You're going to be in a beautiful spot because y'all got skill. I hear the guitar. You're doing some dope stuff.
100%.
You got some great energy in what you're doing. The vocals are really cool. I hear both of your vocals. The scream, that fry scream's fantastic. There's a lot of skill going on in what's happening here, being kind of thwarted by the mix, kind of getting muddied up by the mix.
And then really quick, I do have your Spotify that we'll go over, but is there anything else as far as platforms go? Do you have Instagram, Facebook, anything like that?
And let me double check things. God, I got you, Kaylin. I appreciate you, man. We'll address all that here in a minute too. Let me skip a little farther forward. When we get to the
Okay.
like even there, I want when you boom 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 boom. I want to hear that like separation, right? Of like the drums hit sharp and punchy, and then you separate, and the guitars are like double tracked, nice and wide, and you get that openness. All of that like separation right there is going to make such a huge difference in your mix. But let them breathe, right? Like let the guitars breathe in the mix. Let them open up in the mids a little bit. Let the drums snap through a little bit more. Let them, be a little bit more transient as opposed to completely suppressed. And this mix will just kind of come to life. Because again, right now it's very compacted. It's kind of all squished together. Let me skip towards this last section here. I love y'all's vocals though. Y'all are super talented. Especially in the double, you have it looks like a double tracked lead and a double tracked rhythm as well. I think the double track rhythm is also really mighty too. So you're getting a lot of low end push from a lot of all of these different elements. Clear, thank you so much for hopping in. Go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, read through and follow all the steps, and you'll be good to go, man. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, welcome in.
Of course, appreciate you. Y'all show some love to ICU by LPMFF. It is out on all platforms, so if you like what you heard, you can go stream it, you can go add it, you can follow on Spotify, all that good stuff. So definitely go show it some love and support. That is Dank Robust right here in here. And rhythm has been a battle trying to mend them. Yeah, so again, you might have the rhythm guitar a little bit more prominent, a little bit more crunchy, and then you might high pass or control some energy on your leads so that they'll blend a little bit, but they sit over the top of each other a little bit. Like you don't want them to kind of both be here sitting in the same spot, just doing different things. You might want to shine over the top of the other just a little bit more. So get really intentional with your foundational stuff. Gain staging, panning, EQ, and compression. If you can get fantastic at that, you'll never need to buy a plugin. You can use stock plugins and you can make some fire incredible stuff. You'll never need anything if you can get really, really good at those foundational elements right there, because y'all do have a lot of skill. So I'm excited to see where y'all go. But y'all give it up one time for LPMF. Nicely done. And let me update the board and we'll get into some things
Okay,
here.
so I have your Spotify, and then obviously we have your YouTube, so I can go over that as well. But let's see. I would like to pull it up on the desktop really quick.
Yeah.
I should bring my computer over here. Let's see. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the biggest things is going to be having an identifiable brand, which I don't really see yet. But I do really like your logo. Like I said, having that upside down symbol, really cool for the M. It works, right? Rock on and an M. It's dope.
That's cool.
I think it's creative. Yeah. But yeah, working on getting that identifiable brand, something that stands out as you and your clear aesthetic. You know what I mean? So that would be first step. Once you have that kind of nailed down, I recommend getting a banner for your Spotify that is in or matches that aesthetic. Or if you guys do kind of function like a band, you could also do a band pic as your banner photo as well. A lot of bands do that and it looks really good. The other thing would be to get a longer description. Literally punch metal for fun is so funny.
I like that.
So I think you should leave that as
That can
the
still
first
be like
line.
your lead tag.
Exactly. I think that's so funny. But keep in mind that Spotify does give you 1,500 characters to work with, and that is for a reason. It's to help with SEO and algorithmic, purposes. So just basically work on giving them as much information as you possibly can, and that you're comfortable sharing. For inspiration, you can pull up some of your favorite bands and just see what they do. If they're really big, sometimes they won't have them. But, obviously go to the people that do have them. Anyone who's not taking advantage of this portion of Spotify is not doing it the right way, in my opinion, because Spotify kind of functions like any other social media, which is interesting. And I don't think a lot of people think of it that way, but they really do. They have algorithms. They do work with SEO. So it's like you may as well use that to your advantage, right? So yeah, at least getting 300 to 350 characters up from one line is going to be a bit better. Keywords you can focus your attention on are like some kind of location. So wherever you're based out of, you know, what genres you like to tap into, what artists you pull inspiration from, and when you do tag artists, because I do highly recommend tagging artists or other bands, make sure that you hyperlink them by putting the @ symbol once you log into your Spotify for artists and work on all that stuff. Put the @ symbol in front of their name. That way it fully hyperlinks it for the user on the other side, and also that way it can be fully picked up by the Spotify algorithm. So the other thing is going to be I know you said you don't have an Instagram, so you can't really link Instagram then, I guess. But once you get an Instagram, because ideally you would have an Instagram for your band, make sure to link that. And then let's go over to YouTube. YouTube functions very similarly, where they do their character limit is like 1,000 characters. So same kind of thing. They do function on SEO, and they do like you to give them more details in order to help you out, essentially. So you can add to that one as well, but at least I do see a couple more lines here.
Go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, and read through and follow all the steps. Make sure you check the line on our main platform, which is the purple app.
And I do tend to say that you can copy and paste a lot of what you put from Spotify over to YouTube. That would be perfectly fine if you don't, have the time to individualize and maximize on each individual platform. That's totally fine. Just copy and paste a lot of what you have.
Another really easy way is to start on Spotify, make it 1,200 characters, 1,300 characters, and then put it in ChatGPT and say, hey, I need this exact format, but at 900 characters. And then it's easy to just switch it.
And then the next step would be honestly to get some kind of link tree or some kind of, web page that functions as a landing page. That way you can have a one-stop shop for everyone who comes across your music on any one platform. It's just very easy for them to go see exactly what you want them to plug into, to follow on all platforms, to support you any way they can. But yeah, so the rough process we like to lay out and recommend is to get an identifiable brand and aesthetic, and that is the foundation that everything else flows from. Thank you so much for the follow on Twitch.
I appreciate you.
So that is the foundation that everything else flows from. From there, you develop all of your platforms with that identifiable brand and aesthetic. And then from there, it's all about the marketing, right? And all of this is very, determined by what your goals are. So if you are more on the side of this is just a hobby, I'm just having fun, then of course disregard half of what I'm saying if you don't really care, right? But if your goal is to be I'm doing the work to put the music out, I might as well, try to bring a bit of money in with it, then these are our tips.
100%.
But yeah, of course, if you have any questions, we are available to help at any point. We do have a website, ! website, if you're on Twitch, that has all kinds of services for you guys. Like Torvik mentioned previously, we do offer longer form consultations. This is kind of a sneak peek of that, but those are better in every way, of course, because we do get to be face to face with you guys, and we don't have the distractions of the live. We're not keeping up with chats. It literally is all about you, and you get to ask all the questions live. So
definitely.
Yeah.
Show some love.
Excited though that you're here, Dank Robust. Thank you so much for joining us.
Robust in the building, man.
Robust
really
or
cool.
die.
Robust or die. Really cool. I can't wait. You're starting on a good foot. You're
You're killing it.
Yeah. Robust or die. It's got to be. I need to hear that in a tag in some song at some point. Or
but,
maybe that's.
But that's not the artist name though. So.
Very true. But y'all give it up one more time for Robust, who's here in the
Maybe
Twitch
that
chat.
should just be
Appreciate you so much.
Your personal Instagram name, just for fun.
Hell yeah.
Robust or die.
All right, really quick. We do have thanks to Kaylin, one of just the family members here, one of the Vibe Tribe. I love him so much. Sent in some extra credit to help boost someone on
Kaylin's
the
so sweet.
board. So we're gonna do some giveaways over the course of the live. I do want to get into the next song first.
I would rather just do it in one giveaway.
Let's do them just in one. Okay, so after this next song, we got YLY. I'm sorry, Hello Sky. Still getting used to it. Hello Sky, we got you up next.
Robust or
die. After this song, we're gonna give away 2 20s two 20s.
Whoa, that's amazing.
The
Keelan,
way
you're incredible.
that I prefer to do this is usually for people who are on the board.
I personally think we should do 110 and 2 10s. I mean, 120 and 2 10s.
120 and 2 10s?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll figure that out after this song.
120 and 2 10s. I got it. It's 3 giveaways.
Okay.
That way more people get an opportunity.
Okay. All right, and we'll do that
Does
after
that
this
sound
song.
okay, Kaylin? Thank you so much for just being so generous. Big shout out to Kaylin. We
Shout out
love
to the
him here.
family, man. Kaylin's amazing. So generous. Appreciate you so much, man. All right, let's get into it. This is Summer Drive. Or Summer Dive. Summer Dive by Hello Sky. Hey guys, still sick. So sorry, dude.
No,
that
you're
sucks.
sick?
It's moved into bronchitis,
Oh,
so I've been stuck at
no.
home being lazy, and I made this after listening to Lo-Fi Girl for 2 weeks straight. Love it. Still haven't been able to do anything with my marketing side. I'm sorry, Libby.
No worries at
You're
all,
good,
dude.
But I really wanted to share it with you guys. FYI, my snare might be too loud or dry. Got
Okay.
you. Let's run it.
I'm
It's
so
time.
sorry that it turned into bronchitis, dude.
Sucks, dude. I'm
That's
so sorry.
so lame.
All right, let's get into it. This is the family. If you have not heard Hello Sky before, you are missing out. I already love that like stage 73 tone.
It's terrible. Oh, this is so nice. Really, Nin? This is your first time?
He's a beast.
Hello Sky, super good.
You would love Hello Sky stuff, Nan. Y'all are in
Yeah.
a similar vein. Love that little movement.
Never.
Absolutely, Aria. Go to my link tree and click on Track Talk Submission. Filter percussion's great, man. Little cat.
It's so nice.
So peaceful, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bubsy.
Exactly, Bubs.
Yes.
I love it so much.
This is beautiful, dude. I love your lo-fi.
Mm.
I love like your lo-fi house is so locked in, man.
Absolutely stunning.
Y'all give it up for the family. Hello Sky has been here from the beginning. From the beginning.
Yes,
so
Wubs is here.
talented. Wubs is in the building.
Honestly, I think you achieved it.
It's so
I used to listen to
good.
Lo-Fi Girl all the time. I was hyper fixating hardcore.
That one is the other one, Lo-Fi Cow. Don't they have Lo-Fi Cow too? I think I listened to that one a lot too. Dude, love you, dude. I hope you feel better, man. I hope you feel better.
The
Let's
fact
get
that
into
you made this while you're sick too, like so impressive.
It's so nice. So let's get into it. I hear a little bit of what you're talking about with the snare. It's not bad. I don't think it's jarring. I don't think it's nearly that. It could be as simple as just filtering down a little bit, just cutting off, at like 4,000 hertz or something. Just like darken it, tuck it, and come down like a dB to 2 dB perceptively. It's so, it's very close though. So it's like it's up to you. But honestly, sounds really good. I don't think it's jarring. I don't feel like you're in a bad place with this at all. I have nothing else to do.
No,
I'm
literally,
so bored.
that point in an illness gets so frustrating.
Yeah, I hate, dude, I hate it so much, man. I so hope that you feel better as soon as
Yeah.
possible, man.
Sending
Let's
you
get
all
into
the
it.
good healing vibes.
This is Summer Dive. This is another just fantastic lo-fi record, man. It's layered beautifully. It feels wide. It feels open. It feels, what I love about this too, is that you have this really like bright bell tone at the top and that beautiful arpeggio that kind of goes back and forth there. Love that. But it's also super warm and heavy and open on the low end, which I love. Kaylin, don't tell us that now that we're going down there. I need.
Dude, I'm kind of anxious about that part of
It's
it.
so hot, bro. It's so hot.
It's not like it gets
I don't
that
wanna-
much better here, but sometimes it is like 10 degrees. Like it's 82 here,
And what is it in SA?
90.
God. See, like we're only 4 hours away. That's crazy.
But it has a little bit of an impact, yeah. So I'm just
Nin,
like,
I would love nothing more. Please,
Please,
get me
can
out of
we?
here.
gosh.
Nin, please take us in. Take us in. I'll stow away over there, please. All
Yeah.
right, let's run it back. This is Summer Dive by Hello Sky, the legend. For some reason, my vinyl plugin is boosting the snare. I don't know why. Double check some of your settings on there too on the vinyl plugin, depending on what you're using, of course. If it is like you're totally good. Don't even worry about it. Check like your preamp settings and stuff like that. Like you might want to feed.
That's so sweet, Nin. Thank
Hey,
you.
that's so much love, man.
That's so sweet. We would love to visit one day.
All of y'all, dude. I would.
47 and raining in New
Oh,
Jersey. I
God.
love that.
Get me out of here. You might even just need to like push the preamp of the if it's like a tape emulator or something like that. You might need to. I know everyone's like, no, we're good. You might need to push the preamp a little bit more to like push into like the natural saturation of it, like, and that way it'll shave some of that top end. You could change your speeds a little bit. Like, there's some things that you could do to maybe mitigate some of the high end push if it's just like cutting in too clean. But some of that could be as simple a tape sim, yeah, could be as simple as pushing your preamp emulation a little bit farther.
Do you need water?
So it I'm good for a bit. Yeah.
Or want me to just get some while I'm up?
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, pushing the preamp a little bit could help because it'll just naturally compress. It'll naturally, introduce those harmonics. And then if it's still pushing just because of where that sits, then just put like a single band EQ to chop, just a really soft dip at like 2000 hertz, 3000 hertz, something like that, right? Like super small adjustments there. We'll just tame it because I do like the sound design. I love the little crispiness of it. It's got a nice texture to it, but you might just need to control it a little bit more. As simple as that. But let's get into it, man. This is honestly beautiful, beautiful lo-fi record, man. Stronger by itself in the break. Got you. What do you remember what plugin you were using? You might have mentioned it. Chimes. What's up, Zeus? Got you. Beautiful. Try Origin and see if it's better. Do you have any of like Waves stuff? Like, do you have any subscriptions with like Waves or UAD or anything like that? The thing that I don't like about Origin and some of those other like vinyl plugins, especially like some free ones, is you don't have any. Thank you so much. Any input output control. So you can't determine how much input is pushed into the emulated preamp and then how much it's going to crush it on your output, right? Like if you wanted to on a good vinyl plug, you like crank a preamp, make it saturated and crunchy and really low fidelity and still turn down the output like you would on an actual like tape machine. And give it a different texture. The thing with Origin is you won't be able to, like cymatics, you won't be able to do any of that. You won't be able to control output versus saturation. It'll only crank saturation. And that's harder to mitigate. One that I use all the time is Kramer tape. That's on Waves. If you get it on its own, it's like $30, which I did years ago. But Kramer tape is great. There's lots of, I use it on masters sometimes. I use it on drums, I use it on bass. I use it on a lot of different things, but you have a lot of good options to actually push it on undercut. The plugin makes, yeah, 100%. 100%. So you gotta, yeah, you kind of find your own sweet spot with that. But that's the one thing I don't like about Origin is you don't have like that true emulated saturation push by cranking it that you would in a different plugin. But Kramer's great. Kramer does a great job, and that's cheap comparatively.
Why is this bullshit like this?
Gosh, it's annoying. It could also be too, I think another thing that is potentially happening, Sky, is that when your bass and everything else is in, you are probably triggering just a little bit more compression. Always looking for more. I just have like the Waves subscription. It's like $20 a month or $25 a month or something like that. It's a little bit easier for cash flow than dropping $1,500 in plugins or whatever. But I just have the subscription, but even though I bought Kramer like a while back, but Kramer is great. It's a really, really good representation, and there's probably five or six other good saturators in the Waves plugin one. There's some plugins of Waves that I really don't like, but there's a lot of them that I use all the time. So that'd be one loose recommendation. Or honestly, if you don't need everything else and you have everything else filled up and you just don't need more plugins, just spend $30 one time on Kramer and you have it perpetually. That might be one of the easiest ones. But the Waves, you could even probably get the simpler Waves one. I think it's like $10 a month or $15 a month. But it's pretty fantastic, man. I like it a lot. I want to back it up here. Okay, so one of the other things that might be happening, what's up, Pharaoh? That might be happening on your on the track with the snare is when the bass and everything else comes in, when all of the mix is filled out, it's probably triggering some saturation and triggering some compression a bit more, right? Maybe on the master, even if it's simple, even if it's just a limiter and 2 dB of reduction or something like that, it might be triggering that just a bit more, which is softening the mix. Now, when all of that leaves, that snare kind of rears its ugly head a little bit. It kind of pokes right back through the mix. What's up, Karma? It pokes through the mix a little bit more, and then bass comes in,
Karma, happy Friday.
pads come in, all of these other textures come in, and it suppresses the snare naturally because of your buses and your master just compressing it slightly. What's up, Karma? Thank you so much for hopping in.
Yeah.
Hey,
so
feeling
good to
pretty
see you
good,
guys.
Pharaoh. Feeling pretty good. So there might be some automation you could do, but it could be as simple as on the, lower the velocity on the snare during the verse or during like the breakdown right there, lower the velocity by 10 points, 20 points, right? Just soften it in the mix naturally. That way you don't really get any difference or change in velocity or like perceived loudness going from like your verse to your hook.
Okay,
kind of
we
in
can
the
double
structure.
check for sure.
100%. But that may be, that's my assumption is like bass comes in, mix gets compressed just a little bit. Perfect. I love it. It glues everything together really nicely. And then once that leaves, that snare doesn't have anything taking up its headroom, and it just, yeah, honestly, dude, this sounds really, really good. Sounds really,
sounds
really good.
incredible.
It sounds beautiful. I think there's like some tiny little small, like a little 5-minute revision on like small little technical things that will just kind of,
Yeah,
based
all
on what
genres.
you're telling me, will open up the mix a little bit more and help suppress that snare. But small
And
little
all
things.
levels of preparedness. A lot of people like to send unreleased.
Yeah, 100%, dude. You got to be you're like 100% on the right track. I think you're a 10-minute revision. I think you're a 10-minute revision from opening this up a little bit, man. You're really, really fire. I'm going to be a beginner using Pro Tools. What is a good way to learn how to mix vocals? YouTube, baby. YouTube is going to be the way to go. Find there's some, can't think of their names off the top of my head, but the YouTube's going to be the way to go. Look up mixing rap vocals on Pro Tools on YouTube, and there'll be 400 videos that pop up that will take care of you. The rules apply to any DAW.
Astro, all the info, if you're interested, is at the link tree in Torbek's profile.
Yeah. Same rules apply to any DAW. The way that you mix on Pro Tools is essentially the same way you'll mix our Studio One and FL and Ableton, different interfaces and stuff like that. But the rules of how you mix your vocals are largely going to be the same.
Yeah, we'd love to have you. Thanks for being here. Welcome to Vibe Tribe. Vibe Tribe.
Vibe Tribe.
Do you want that? I want me to get you something else.
Yeah, I'll eat it. I really like the balance of everything now. Are you talking about being like maybe like a little bit suppressed, like a little bit over controlled? I
Thank
like
you
it
so much,
because
Karma. You too. Thanks for stopping
thank
in.
you
Happy
so
Friday.
much. Same back to you. Same back to you. I don't mind it because I think to me it emulates well what happens when you push a tape, what happens when you push the preamp of a machine, which is saturation. It is like natural compression. It is controlling of those transients. So I don't mind. I don't mind it.
Good point.
I don't mind it. Like that's kind of like the natural feel of this already. Because of that, you'll have to mitigate some other things because it's digital, right? It's like a digital version of that. But I don't mind it at all. I would never think that it was over controlled or too tight and punchy. It feels really warm and really inviting to listen to. The only thing I would address would be the things you already know, which is kind of the snare and your structure that you have there. But honestly, I really like the way it sounds, man.
And honestly, like Nin said, it's damn near ready.
I think so. Yeah, I think you might be a little bit. If I just heard this as is, snare and all, if I just heard this on my lo-fi playlist, I wouldn't second guess a single thing.
Exactly, Nin.
Yep.
It's damn near perfect.
Yep. The balance between the acoustic, those high arpeggios, it's beautiful, man. And if you're kind of like me, you'll like tweak past finished, and I think sometimes you got to stop yourself. You know, at least I'm speaking to myself, right?
I'm gonna be like blowing up Hello Sky's YouTube vids. They're gonna be on
I'm telling
repeat
you,
in
dude.
our household. I'm not
I'm telling
kidding.
you. I'm telling you.
I'm telling you.
I'm telling you. I'm
Have y'all
telling you.
seen that TikTok?
Crispy, crunchy.
I'll put the
Put it in
funny
the
TikTok
Discord.
in the Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying is like I think like you're at a place now with like this one like, where I definitely like I'll finish a mix and then just I'll re-edit a vocal and then the vocal sounds weird so then I re-edit the beat and then I switch something, you know, like you just kind of get too deep into it instead of like again, you can reference it like now you're referencing it and it's like okay, you get a fresh ear from someone who does know, right? You get a fresh ear on it, sounds awesome. Sounds really really nice. Small tweak to the snare, a little bit of control, a little bit of structure when it comes to your saturation, done. 10-minute revision and then just never listen to it again. Get it out, put it on or put it in your Dropbox with your save masters ready to go, right to distribution,
So
whatever.
dope.
It's ready. It's right there, man. Really beautiful structure.
I want to create. I'm sure I've said this a million times, Hello Sky, but I want to create an album cover for you sometime.
Mm-hmm. I feel that. No, this sounds great. Don't question this one.
That's what I'm saying. You did this while you were sick. Like that's so impressive, dude.
Killer, dude. Honestly, sounds beautiful. I think sometimes it's easy to want to find things wrong, right? Even like on this side of like where I'm like really intentionally like listening to the structure of a mix and someone's production and stuff like that to be like, okay, what's the wrong thing here? I don't think there's. I think you can control a few things, but I don't think there's anything wrong.
No.
I think you're ready. I think you're ready to go, man. Y'all,
If you released it as it was, half the people
That's what I'm
wouldn't
saying.
notice anything.
100%. Half like
Or
when
more than
something's
half, honestly, like 90%.
once something is released, it becomes intentional to the listener. I think everyone as a listener assumes that what they hear is what someone wanted them to hear, right? So even if there's like a bad mix, now if it's really bad, they just won't want to hear it. You know, they're just not going to want to listen to it. But like once you put something out, it is intentional to the consumer of it. When you hear like a old rock song or something like that, and you like come back on the other side as a listener,
So true.
you're like, oh, this is the way they wanted it to sound because I'm hearing it. It's distributed. So this is what they wanted me to hear. Even if there's some mistakes in there, even if there's too much feedback, even if the drums are clipping, right? You assume that it's intentional. Your brain does. It kind of defaults, right? And so like you could put this out as is, honestly. And anyone listening to it would be like, yeah, this is a good balanced lo-fi song that I wouldn't question that like, ooh, snares like too harsh or something like that, right? There's some nuance to that, of course, as y'all know, that we talk about all the time. And there's a threshold to how bad something can be without people just not wanting to hear it at all.
Right.
But I think you're in a really good spot, man. You're so talented and you understand your plugins, you understand your DAW. So even when your ears are popping and you have some limitations, I think you're still operating at a really, really high level, man. Y'all show some love to the family. Hello, Sky.
Mad love, Hello Sky. We love
All
you so
the
much.
love, man. You deserve all the love, all the
So
health, all the
talented.
healing, man. We hope you feel better so soon.
Absolutely. Keep us updated.
Absolutely, man. All right, and then let me just update a few things here really quick. So I've got, let's see, then I have you up there, but I got another one here. So this must be, let me see, I want to see. No. Okay, so that's Is it Weescape? Is it Weescape? Am I saying that correctly? Or Wes Cap? Let me see. I think it's Wes. So
Initials
I'm gonna get
JW.
I'm gonna get up here.
Just wanna make
Dude,
sure
of
that's you.
course. Wes Cap.
Okay.
Got you. Let me get you on here. I appreciate you so much. Skype, 25. Got you, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Not really reviews, Nano. Thorough consultations, about 20 to 30-minute consultations on the structure of your song. Torvik goes deep on that side of things, and then I'll go over your brand, your marketing, any visuals you have, stuff like that.
Absolutely.
Welcome in.
All right, we've got Retrack in the building. Retrack, make yourself known. Make yourself known. Make yourself known. Yeah, if you do want to submit, you can go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission. If you're on the Purple app, which is our main platform, you can do !submit, and everything will pop up there for you. Just make sure you check the line, watch all the details, all that good stuff. All right, let's go Retrack. Let's get into it, man.
Watch all the details.
Watch all the
Just stare at them.
Watch all the details.
Don't read
Of course,
them, just
Nano.
stare at them.
Absolutely. Yeah, don't read them. Just look at them. It's really where the magic happens.
Retrack.
And
Yeah.
Retrack beats.
Or if you
Gotcha,
go over to
gotcha.
Twitch, it's a lot easier because there's clickable links over there.
Yeah. Twitch is better audio, better visual. It's better.
Better in every way.
Better at largely everything. And you can submit straight from there.
Mhm.
All right. This is Retrack Beats. The Forest is the next track after Vampire's Gala, which we love. It's amazing. It's absolutely killer. It is not mixed. This is fresh, and there's no automation on anything. Need some help with that. Help with what I should add in the
Oh
second
my
half.
god, I'm excited to
Can't
retrack.
wait. If y'all haven't heard the other one,
Bro, okay, yeah. Have y'all heard the other one? Because this kind of ties into
Yeah.
that one. So there's some thunder at the end of the last one. I almost wonder, maybe after a single time of playing it through, we can play them together
yeah,
just so we could hear the transition.
let's get into it. I'm excited. Let's go with this. Just go to my link tree and click on Track Talk Submission.
Yeah, I love it so much.
Damn, Retrack.
Exactly.
Retrack's been on one
I
lately, dude.
know. You like really found your sound, dude. Retrack found himself recently.
Good Foley in there, too.
Yo, I'm so into this.
It's a movie.
A movie in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right, dude?
I love strings, bro. Suited. Retrack just keeps getting better and better.
Crazy. At like an exponential level.
Why do I feel like we're like announcers at like a freaking what is it, like figure skating competition?
That was a triple axle. Landed into a tummy tuck. I don't know what the fuck.
A tummy tuck? I'm
They
weak.
fucking say.
I'm weak. Bro, a tummy tuck? I'm actually deceased.
Dude, this is so good, Retrack. So good, man. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love.
That was a composition by Retrack Beats.
I gotta feel like we're like NPR. That was Retrack Beats Prelude in C sharp. And a joke on as if you don't.
There you go. That was better.
That's more like it. I don't think a tummy tuck is a move that they do.
A tummy tuck is a fucking surgery.
I
I'm
know it
weak.
is. I just was being funny. All right, this is The Forest.
You're very funny.
This is The Forest by Retrack.
So amazing. Okay, so you don't is the thunder in there? I might have missed it.
Yeah, at the beginning.
Okay.
It starts.
Let me hear it again. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do the transition. If we can find it. Let's type it in, can we? Or right here.
No, it's not in the iTunes store.
No. You're doing Apple Music, bro.
What's on this? I don't know
There we
which
go,
one's
there
the
we go.
most updated one, but let's see.
Get the next one ready. Sick.
That might not be the most updated version, but that's the
rough
translation right
idea.
here.
Yes.
Dude, it's killer.
Yeah, that
It's-
was his the Vampire Gala one is also Retracks.
It's so good.
Yeah.
And again, this is unmixed. There's no automation yet. This is just like strict MIDI performance. I think you're crushing it. Let's get into some things, dude. I'm so excited for this project of yours, man. It's so good.
The
Try it.
breathing was you.
Killer.
Oh, okay.
When you start, just I'll say some things to kind of like point you. Welcome back to the dark side, Sky.
Yeah.
To kind of point you in some directions that you get into. You'll want to get when you have this, and then you have this, or it's like kind of on the left side. It's a little bit slower. There's like darker, almost like spizzicatos on the bottom in there. Those will get really muddy just because it's a different rhythm but different chords. So you can have kind of all of these hitting at the same time. Sometimes it is going to get a little bit muddy. I don't mind the idea because the tension is good. The tension just works. But I would do some strategic EQing on those low strings so it doesn't get too boomy down there and you still can distinguish it a little bit cleaner. You just have to be careful because they are like, there's sometimes where like both of those textures are hitting at the same time. I like it. Just be careful of that low end energy there. Here.
Happy
Welcome
Friday. Good to see you.
Right here. Brass is beautiful. It works, dude.
That part's so good.
This is perfect, dude. This B section here.
I'm almost shocked at how good you're getting Retrack.
Dude, I mean, it's cool because like 2 years ago, like a year and a half, 2 years ago, I think I heard like the first cinematic track from Retrack. And it was like 3 strings doing the same thing at full velocity, right? Like it's like It was and it was fine. It was good. It didn't sound bad, right? But it was just so simple. But you have really, I think,
Like,
gotten
damn.
into like this scoring mindset, which is twists and turns and evolution sonically. Like it's different than like a verse and a hook, and you go here and then you go down and you go back to it, right? It's this because the story in a movie in a show, it doesn't go back, right? So it's not like this thing happens and we go back to like a verse of the show. It has a constant evolution. This is a great example of it that I really, really, really like, man. You're doing a great job. This is killer here. I have one idea that could be helpful here, just to have a break from texture, right? When you have that. Whoops, it's too. That whole like movement that you have right there. That little movement right there. So one option, right? So that's like a pretty like sharp spizzicato, right? So one option that I think you could do, let me back this up a little bit, would be to have these like swells as you get into automation, have these swells of energy and then pull back dramatically to like tighter, like an even pizzicato. So coming down to like this, and then and it goes crazy, and then you know what I mean? Like you can kind of create some changes from and it's going crazy and everything's big, and then a big brass swell, a big automation push, and then pull everything back completely to you know, like that give and take right there, right? That give and take of like really bright spizzicato, pull back automation, bring dynamics down, bring expression down to pizzicato, which
You
is
guys would be an incredible duo, you guys. Nin and Hello Sky, that'd
be
sick.
fire, dude. Be so fire. So
And
like this,
Retrack, honestly, all three of you are so talented in that space.
and then come back to, you know, something higher. And then you like push back to, or even lower. You know, like you just have like this like little bit of change in texture, this little bit of push and pull. I think would be interesting, something like that. Just so you've had so many fantastic twists and turns here.
I think you both are in the Discord if you want to message each other.
Definitely. So that this high texture that you do doesn't get too much of the same. Even if you automate it a little bit, what you won't hear super often in like cinematic music or in like scoring and stuff is too much of like the same lick, right? It'll be crazy for a second and it'll like completely change, and maybe they go back to it a little bit, but you won't hear like the same violin doing the same part for like 45 seconds, right? Like you would in like a pop song, right? So I think it would be really interesting for you to change that sound design slightly, right? So here, and then maybe here, and then like bring it back here. Let's see, you're doing it different. And then bring it down, and then bring it up, back up to here, like a little like back. I can't reflect that very well, right? Like pausing it back and forth, but like that idea
I can
of
picture it.
being, you know, brass, high, bright, high spizzicato, and then bring it down to. Yeah, you get the idea, hopefully. Love the brass stabs in there. Those bends, beautiful, fantastic. Little call and response there, like a little back and forth that you can manipulate. It's just gonna make it seem more interesting. It's not gonna feel looped at all. It's not gonna feel looped at all on the left side there. Sick, dude. Just so cool, retrack.
see it.
Mm-hmm. Love like the cricket noise and stuff like that. Hey, thank you, Tay. Thanks for hopping in.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And then, so then imagine this. So this is something that would be interesting. Obviously, you have a vision retrack for kind of where you're going with this track and like what the next track will be and stuff like that. I wouldn't mind cinematic. You can make a little bit longer score. You could go 5 minutes, and there's not an issue with that. What I think would be as far as more of they got away, but sad because family members got okay, got you. So this might not work, but I'll throw out an example of something I think would be interesting, right? Is to you do dun, dun, and then on like the low cello fifth that you have right there, do the B again. Back to the dun, 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 and you hold on that for a second, and then you and you started.
That's so good. The other question I have is, are you kind of keeping the theme of the whole album or EP creepy? Because if you are and you want it to have that like eerie, scary, kind of spooky feel, I do feel like you could add a couple more elements to keep that momentum from the last track, especially.
100%, especially like the forest. So like the way I imagine this is the crazy vampire thing is happening. They escape to the forest, right? But it's like a like Black Forest. You know what I mean? Like it's like a dark, creepy, witchy place or whatever, right? Like that's the way that I imagine it.
Some mystical elements in there.
Yeah, even still,
that yellow thing.
Yeah, even still keeping some of the like. Let me see what I have here. Let me try something. Having something, I'm going to get out of the strings for a second. It's keeping some of the organ in there every once in a while. So if we went more here, let's see. I want more of a, let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Let's try something here. That's a little more gospel.
Yeah, that is.
But here's actually let's see if I have the Vox on here. Give me a sec. So you'll get the idea, I think, but it would be still keeping some of the other. Oh, I do have the Vox here, the Super Continental, which is a fantastic organ.
So cute when he gets all nerdy and shit. He goes.
Okay. Oh, that's not showing up. Let's try this other one. I have another plugin of the Vox. Let's try this plugin of the Vox.
Oh man.
There we go.
Oh, it looks like a spooky one because it's black and orange, so it's kind of perfect. Bro's so cute.
Such a cutie patootie. Okay, got you anything? Yeah, I got you. Let me get that updated on the line too. I think I have some from the other day. Let me. I'll get you up there here in a second once I figure this out. 100%, dude. So
I have expand too for my organ sounds.
Nice. My expand's giving me issues because Pro Tools is stupid, but that organ on there is fine. No, this is not going to work with an electric. It's not going to work with Anyways, this doesn't matter. You get the idea. So the idea being that you could introduce some of the same sound design some of the
I
same
kept trying
sound
to
design
make
from
sense of
on.
it. I was like reading it over and over again, and I was like, something's fucked up in my brain right now. I can't.
Number Torvik. I was like, wait, hold on. Torvik number actually.
Something.
me-
It's not numbers. He's like something actually.
God, it's so funny. All right, let me. Anyways, I think you get the idea, right? The idea of still maintaining some sound design from the last track and keeping that prevalent in this track, like keeping that like a little bit more into it. So that even just a couple little bursts of dun, dun,
No, literally.
you know what I mean? Like little like pops of energy right there. I think would be interesting. Let me get back
I
to
was just like,
back to the track. I mean,
okay,
actually,
okay.
a Vox Continental V2
No,
would be
I
great.
freaking hate autocorrect, dude, and it's worse on some platforms than others.
All right, let me get into this B
Like,
section
it's
here.
terrible on Instagram, in my opinion.
Got you, Nathan. Beautiful.
Yeah, retrack's amazing.
It's like crazy how much you've grown.
I want to like
man.
read with this on in the background because I read a lot of fantasy, so this is like perfect.
This is like not like the fact that this is not mixed. It's
Oh,
not
Nathan, that's
automated at all.
beautiful.
I love it, dude. So I think one decision you can make on the B section here. So in my opinion, dude, it sounds so good, Nathan. I love it. And this is a mix. It's not automated.
said
This is like
Nathan.
this is fresh. Yeah. You said it sounds good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were like saying something to retrack. I was like, what?
No. The fact that
It
like none
does
of this
kinda
is
sound like that.
automated or anything yet, man, it's really, really well done. In my opinion, I would go super dynamic on this section, right? Like I said, go some give and take back and forth between pizzicato and spizzicato, like having some dynamic range. Maybe you have those brass stabs in there. Maybe introduce the organ that pipe organ for a second to maintain the like creepy castle, Transylvania part of it a little bit.
That's how I feel.
And a little bit of like the rumbling because you're still outside, you're running through a forest, so a little bit of thunder carrying through I think would be good as far as like Foley goes.
Mhm.
You have the breathing, you have that stuff, but I think a little bit of that just makes it feel more like a clean transition song to song, right?
Yeah, maybe
And
a
environment
little
to
more of the
environment.
thunder throughout. That way, it's not like
Super subtle,
exactly very subtle in the background. That way, it doesn't just all of a sudden like cut off. And it's
100%.
Like,
And then I would have that dynamic be really dramatic. That way, so if that has a little bit more of that action, a little bit more dynamic range, a little bit more of that punch back and forth, when you get here, now it's like really emotional. It's really pure and really clean. I honestly wouldn't do too much to this.
Mhm.
I don't know if I would even add anything outside of a little bit of wind. I think if they're still outside, I don't know the vision, right? If they're
Mhm.
still outside, a little bit of wind noise as like your pad basically, so it doesn't all of a sudden sound like a studio string recording.
Right.
You still are in the picture, a
Exactly.
little bit of wind. You have the crickets there and stuff, like a little bit of wind, a little bit of rumbling from thunder way in the distance. Like you still have a little bit of that texture. I think then to me this just feels so authentic, man. Yes, dude.
Retry. Go work on this right now and send
Dude,
it in
you're a
today.
beast. You're
Again,
a beast.
I'm just kidding.
I'm loving where
We're
it's
just
at.
obsessed.
Honestly, I think you just need to build it out a little bit more and just add some of the sound design that like transitions from and then of course automate, build out, things like that. But that like kind of transition the last vision of that track to this one. This
You're
is
amazing,
gorgeous, dude.
Retrack.
Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. And then Nathan, if you're still here, I had some from the other day, so I'm going to add to yours to put you next. I'm excited, dude. So good, dude.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I think I have it on, let me see, I should still have it. You don't have to ask me twice, Retrack. No, I love to check Pinterest out.
I love the owls coming in. Come on, dude.
Yeah, I love
It is
that.
like
oh my
it,
gosh.
it
so
is
good.
like this is like the biggest compliment I could give you. It is like reminding me a little bit of Light of the Seven. Like
Mhm.
this like high like or this like low cello part like
For
it-
those
there-
of you that don't know, that is the Game of Thrones song from the like
green whatever
yeah,
explosion or
that
whatever.
explosion.
One of the
scene.
most beautiful cinematic pieces I've ever I got you. Then I could probably get you okay, so either way, I think I have 30 from you already. So if you want to go back to back in the 30, I can, but you'd be behind two other people, or I can have one at the top and one a little bit lower. Up to you. Up to you. Yeah, let me know because right now, since you have basically 60 total, you got 60 total. So I put you at 40, so you have the top skip right now.
Would you mind resending the Pinterest? I don't know. I thought I still had access to it, but I don't see it.
Retrack, there's so many shows, man. Like it's impossible to keep up. So don't
You
feel
should
bad. But if
Look
you're
up
getting
that scene.
if you're getting into cinematic music, I would encourage it. Just for that, from that standpoint, the scoring is pretty phenomenal in that show. Love or hate the show itself. But man, show some love to Retrack. Retrack, you are
In fact, we can play it
beast
for a
at this,
second
man.
while you send your Pinterest over if you want.
got you. So you
Want to play Light of the Seven really quick while we.
yeah, let me get Nathan saved. So Nathan, you'll have you in the 40, and then you'll still have 20 saved for you. So you still have 20 saved for you. That way, next time you have come in with another song, you'll already have a head start. Light of the okay, yeah. This is like my favorite
I love it.
piano part. Gosh,
Really, really talented composer. With the scene that gets played, it's just like masterful. Oh, I got you. I forgot it was through Instagram. I was looking at email.
got you, Nin. I gotta get the vocals. Hold on. This song goes crazy. It's like 10 minutes long, so I'm gonna try.
It's so good.
It's nasty. Ugh.
Just wait, guys.
I can be the same way, Retrack. That distance, that tension's nuts. Here we go. I want to get into like I want to get into like the last breakdown. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah.
Oh, it's so good with the scene.
Just wait for the build up.
That panning too with the strings.
that give and take I'm talking about, the different octaves. Damn.
Sheesh.
Do that. Retract.
Okay.
Dude, it's so
That's
so
silly.
fire. All right. Give me-
Don't do that. Be you. So honestly, your Pinterest is looking awesome. I like the vibes that are going on here. If you're getting stuck, I feel like it's because you're holding back a little bit. So I wouldn't think too much when you're posting. Like, don't even think. Just if it rings true to something inside of you, just pin it. You know what I mean? Don't overthink it. Don't even honestly think much at all. Just have fun with it and be like, is this something that I like? Is this something that kind of feels true to something inside me? Boom. You know what I mean? So because that's really what it comes down to, is just like there just needs to be more of it. So just keep pinning like a shit ton. Like I will literally post, like, if I'm on a Pinterest bender,
I'm on a Pinterest bender.
I will literally post like, I don't know, over 10. I will pin like over 10 things in one sitting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it's just like it's easy to do. And honestly, if the algo's like really hitting, I could pin like 50. I'm
Yep.
excited though, but honestly, I'm starting to kind of see a cohesiveness to the aesthetic, but it just needs to be a lot more, and then I'll be able to clearly see, okay, now I definitely know the direction. Right now I'm seeing a few different angles we could take, so I just want you to pin a lot more.
Hell yeah.
But have fun with it.
Retract. You're a beast, dude.
Everything you're doing is looking sick. The dark composition album board, awesome. I feel like
Love that.
that's good. I would know exactly where to go with like an album cover or something like that for that album. But yeah, for your overall brand, just need to pin a lot more.
Man, show some up to the family. Retract. We love you, dude. You're so incredibly talented.
I'm just
I
so
can't wait to
excited
see
because you're
how
getting
you build out that
better
that
and better
project,
and
man.
better and better. Yeah, like,
Seriously.
it's so cool to see.
So fire. We've got a legend in the building. We got Nathan in here. Nathan,
Nosferatu. I haven't seen it.
dude, I know we
I
still
want
need
to.
to. We still need to. Nathan's amazing, super talented writer, vocalist, producer.
Yay,
It's been a minute
Nathan.
since we've been able to hear from you, dude. So I'm so excited to get into this record.
Me
So
too.
the most recent one that I have from you is Undercover. Do you remember if the other one that you sent was unreleased, and if you prefer that, or if you're good with this one, Undercover? Let me know. I know this is one you just sent today, so whatever.
And then Nathan, I think we've gone over some stuff as far as the branding, the marketing.
I don't think so.
We haven't?
It's been a long time. It's
Oh,
been a
has
minute.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
But let us know. I can definitely go over your Spotify, and then if there's anything else you want to go over, like your Instagram or YouTube, or you have a link tree, you have a landing page, a website, just let me know.
Hell yeah. Gonna play Self Destruction. Perfect. I already got you on Spotify, I think, or I did for a second. Let me see.
The one before Undercover.
Cool. Let's get it. I'm excited. This song is out. So y'all definitely go stream this song. I'm excited. It should be my latest release on Spotify.
Awesome.
Beautiful, self-destructive
it.
right here. Fantastic. All right, let's get into it. Any details? Obviously, I've listened to your music before. I'm a fan of what you do. If you have any details you want to update me on the way that you created this, any thing you want to mention
We'll do
as
a
far as the
giveaway
structure,
after this song, right?
let me know. Drop it in the chat. All right, let's get it. And if you do want to, it's up to you,
Bruh.
obviously. If you do want to hear it with like better audio and stuff like that, then you might want to hop over to Twitch. I don't know if you have a Twitch or YouTube, but Twitch is our main platform. You'll get better audio over there if you want a bit of a more.
I'm just gonna say it, giveaway after this song, guys.
Okay, cool. Let's get it. All right, this is Self-Destructive by Nathan. Let's dive in. Army. Perfect. Let's see.
Lately I've been sitting in this room all by myself.
Almost 60K monthlies. That's
I'm
awesome.
always in my head with all my doubts.
Amazing job.
Nobody hears me when I cry for help. When I cry for help. The past I made, I don't know how to live with my mistakes. All that I sacrificed along the way. The people I couldn't change. Crash my car, burn it all, laughing 'cause I want to. I'm a mess, I confess, life feels like it's overdue. Live my life how I want, I'm self-destructive. It's like every day, I always feel like I just run in place. My ghost in front of me is here to stay. The devil says that I can't walk away. I can't walk away. Staring at my face. I pray for something that I can't explain. I talk to God, he doesn't say a thing.
Good mix. Punchy.
Deep down I know I can't escape this pain. Crash my car, burn it all, laughing 'cause I want to. I'm a mess, I confess, life feels like it's overdue. Live my life how I want, I'm self-destructive. Lay me down, put me out, or I'll do it myself. I don't need any help, I can't seem to feel well. And myself, what the hell, I'm self-destructive. It always brings me It always breaks me. Crash my car, burn it all, laughing 'cause I want to. I'm a mess, I confess, life feels like it's overdue. Live my life how I want, I'm self-destructive. Lay me down, put me out.
Love the double time.
Myself, I don't need any help. I can't seem to feel well. And myself, what the hell? I'm self-destructive.
Love that cello. Yeah. This reminds me of Hate Yourself a bit. Like the definitely heavier, but with that really, really powerful main hook, dude. Absolutely killer. Y'all show some love to Nathan. Nathan is
That was
super,
killer, Nathan.
super talented. And Nathan's, I use you, even when you're not here, Nathan, I use you as an example all the time for some aspects of what you've done that other artists can follow. Like you had just dropped a week ago, already has 7,000 streams. Go run up
I
the numbers,
never
y'all.
would have guessed that that was newer for you because it seemed so natural in this space. So amazing job.
Dude, yeah, you're crushing it.
That was killer.
But you're an example that I use all the time of someone who is not afraid to use repetitive content with small angle changes in order to push a song. Like there's times where I think this happened, I think with Always Want to Die and Hate Yourself, if I'm remembering correctly, where you would build a couple pieces of content, a couple pictures, a couple small videos and stuff like that. It's extremely difficult, right? And so what you did was create some core pieces of content and put a lot of repetition behind it and cycle through them, right? I mean,
Amazing.
sometimes like 10 times a day, like there, that I would see kind of the same piece of content popping up. And it worked. I mean, I remember when Hate Yourself blew up, that was one of the reasons. I might be mistaken, might be remembering some stuff wrong, but I think you got a single song deal with Sony because of that song. that was able to pay you well. It got 3 million streams through like really, really consistent posting on social media. And what's cool is you've seen that bleed into other songs that you have, right? Like you can see, even though you haven't done that maybe as prominently yet, that you still have 60,000 monthly listeners, even though some of those songs took off like crazy a while back, a year ago, year and a half ago, right? Super, super cool, man.
Awesome.
Let's run it from the top. Let's get into some details, dude. But honestly, I really like the mix on this. Extremely well. It does take constant. Yeah, it is like wild. Like I try to just post a couple times, right? But it's like, it's kind of up to you. Like, how many times do you want to put yourself in front of people? Core of that is a good song. I mean, like, when you look at the comments on some of the stuff, it's like people that really like Hate Yourself, especially. Like, that hook is so good. And you immediately, when you were posting it, could see people like, dude, who are you? This is amazing. Like, I want to go listen to the rest of your stuff. But it does take a massive amount of consistency and dedication. And you showed that, man, as someone who is just a like all-in-one small artist reaping the rewards of all of your music.
I love it.
Super, super cool to see your success, man. So let's get this running from the top. Let's dive into some things. I like the mix a lot because you have a lot of energy, a lot of heaviness, but you still maintain, because of your layering of your vocals. I talk about this all the time. If you're going to have heavy music, loud, noisy music, then you need to have layering to your vocal to compete in the mix. It can't be lonely. It can't be soft. You have to have some of those scream layers, the whisper tracks, the double track layers and stuff like that in order to support it in the mix. You're doing a great job, man. You have been for a while. Let's run it.
Lately I've been sitting in this room all by myself. I'm always in my head with all my doubts. Nobody hears me when I cry for help. When I cry for help.
Top filter plugins for vocal music, RVox for vocal comp. Yeah, I love it. I use RVox all the time.
What's up, Stinky Sick? Good to see you.
What's up, Stinky? I'll say one. I'm going to be picky and annoying because I tend to be sometimes. I'm going to be picking and annoying. I do wish on this like first verse, I don't think I hear it as prominently on the second verse. I do wish there was like Melodyne on that lead. So the there's some notes that fall below like a semitone or two because of the auto tune and then dip back up into the note. In my brain, in my picky, annoying production brain, I do kind of wish that was like tight and super consistent, because I think it just makes the melodies more catchy, because it's so much easier to like hear the note and understand exactly what you're singing. There's a couple little parts where it dips down a little bit, but the actual mix on it, the actual balance of it in the mix, it's beautiful. It's really, really well done. Your voice has so much like weight to it, and like restraint. Like when you open it up, you can like, it's like pulling back a slingshot. Like your verses feel so like tight and restrained, but the lead structure is so fantastic.
I'm always in my head with all my doubts. Lately I've been sitting in this room all by myself.
By myself. There's like little dips, like little things like that.
I'm always in my head with all my doubts.
Most of it's super
Nobody
clean.
hears me when I cry for help. When I
Cry for help. It's like dip down one semitone on like the 7 right there. Like little tiny little details like that.
the past I made, I don't know how to live with my mistakes. All that I sacrificed along the way. The people I hurt, well, I couldn't change.
Production sick.
My ghost in front of me is here to stay. The devil says that I can't walk away. I can't walk away. Staring at my face. I pray for something that I can't explain. I talk to God, he doesn't say a thing. Deep down I know I can't escape this.
Have you ever used, I love your drums on this too. Your programming is great. What I like about your programming, Embers, thank you for the follow. What I like about your programming is it's doable. Like, so I've been playing drums since I was 4 years old. One of the like first like tales of like someone who's like never played drums or doesn't actually understand real drums before is kind of like really unimaginable drums and like metal and like heavy rock and stuff like that when they're programmed. These are like doable drums. Like, yes, they're quantized, yes, they're sampled and stuff like that, but it actually is something that's possible. Like when I'm playing, like as a drummer, when I'm listening to this, I can picture and I can picture like how that would happen as a drummer, which to me, it's subtle, but it makes a song feel so much more authentic, makes it feel so much more realistic if you're able to do that. And I don't hear a lot of people doing that. A lot of people that sample drums in their metal and stuff like that because they don't have a drummer or whatever it may be, oftentimes they're like doing too much. Like the hi-hat pattern doesn't even make sense, and the kick is like doing something that as a real drummer you would never be able to do. And so I'm appreciate the intention and the simplicity with which you're executing your programming and these drums here without it being too much. You're doing a lot really well, man. Yeah. 100%. And I appreciate that because it's not what most people do, man. Oh, have you ever used Hertz drums? Since you're someone who obviously does your own production and stuff like that, if you haven't, I would check them out. I have a couple sets from them that are phenomenal sounding. It probably, in my opinion, one of the best interfaces for sample drums, for like VST drums. There's so many automation things that you can do that make small, what's up, Storm? That make like small like automated small velocity changes and stick positioning changes. You know, like when you're playing a real drum set, obviously you hit the drum slightly different every time. So sometimes like 127 velocity in a drum just doesn't feel real. They have some of the best interfaces for drums that I've heard. They sound fantastic.
Also, Stinky, that's why we do these live consultations, so that we can go over people's music whenever they need us to. We do it as a portion of our job. So I hope that you can understand that we only do it in this live. Because otherwise, of course, we'd be doing it 24/7, right? People message us all the time to do it outside of this live. But that's why we have the live set up.
100%.
And we are about to do a giveaway if you're having trouble getting on the board.
100%, man. Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad. I was just like, I've used a bunch of different, drum VSTs and stuff like that. And it was one of like the most accurate to real drums that I've heard, man. It was, Twitch
exactly.
and YouTube right now. And it was one of the most accurate that I'd heard, so I'm glad you're familiar. So I toss it out there. Vocal layers are beautiful, dude.
It's beautiful. Super well done.
Love the choir. Yeah.
Totally okay.
Love switching to the double time here is great too. Yeah, I love like with what you're doing too, man. Thank you so much, Embers. I really appreciate you a lot. Metal is just easy to make sound really bad if not mixed with good plugins. 100%. Most everything is programmed. I agree, man. Let's go, Storm. 100%.
Stinky,
Thank
I don't
you,
know if
Embers.
you could hear, but
appreciate
it's no
you.
problem at all. We don't mind. We love having you in here. You're definitely a positive vibe.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, and you're doing a great job of bridging that gap, Nathan. Especially with like rock, right? In any real genre of rock, but especially something more progressive, something more modern, something that is a bit more produced like this, of that sweet spot and that balance between like a real powerful vocal that's tuned and all that stuff, but then also having like the stutters and the chops and the sampling to support it.
No,
You
no,
get
you're
a little
good.
bit of both worlds, right? Same with the guitars, right? Heavy chugged guitars, but then you also gate them and stutter them leading in and filter them really well. That balance between the sweet spot, using really good drum VSTs and making sure they're quantized, which is modern and it's sharp and like, everything's on the grid, but it still sounds pretty dynamic and pretty impactful. That balance that you have in your music is really impressive. I just, not especially like more amateur artists or people that are doing it on themselves. I don't hear it very often that that's done well. Like you said, it's really easy to make metal sound like crap, right? Like it's really easy for it to just sound like brittle and tinny and either so digital that you're like, well, what is even happening here? Or so loose that you're like, well, this is muddy and psycho. I don't even know what's going on. And finding that sweet
This
spot
is
of
in
doing
the sweet
something
spot,
modern
yeah.
and progressive and it still feels somewhat natural, I think is like when I hear Always Wanna Die, when I hear Hate Yourself, when I hear this one, it's something that you do incredibly well, man. So props to you. 100%. I mean, look at someone like RJ Payson. RJ Payson is a good example of this. Even someone like Tim Henson is a good example of this, where they're obviously good guitarists. They're obviously like good musicians, but when they're building loops, whether it's on the hip hop side or when they're doing something on even more towards like the progressive metal side and more modern stuff, it's like highly edited. In fact, Tim Henson talks about when he's trying to come up with guitar parts, he'll build it in MIDI. So he'll play synthesis and he's like, I would never play this on guitar. So I'm going to make a crazy MIDI track and then learn how to play my own track on guitar. And you come up with these weird ways of playing guitar that you would never think of before. This is a good example of that. This is a Neumann M147 tube. That's a TLM 102 on that side. But yeah, it's a good hybrid, right? Like RJ Payson, what he's done in Ableton has like literally set a new stage for guitar editing. Doing like tape stops, doing like all of the stuff that he's doing in the editing in Ableton is super impressive. But it's like a completely new wave in that vein.
Joshin over
I love it.
on Twitch wants to know who engineered it.
This was all Nathan. Everything that you're hearing is Nathan.
That's amazing.
Production, writing, vocal, mix, everything.
Do you take on clients outside of your own music, Nathan?
If you don't, you might need to start. Great energy in the vocal performance, man. Killer. Super impressed, man. Hell yeah.
Nice. Well, we have someone else who does metal that would be maybe interested.
100%. Man, y'all give it up one time for Nathan.
Definitely tap into the Discord if you aren't over there. We'd love to have
100%.
you.
100%. Nathan, I can't wait to hear the other track too,
Absolutely
dude.
stunning.
You're a beast. Super, super talented. You got a lot going for you. And you're in complete control, man. Complete control of what you're doing, which to me is if you're good, right? If you're not good, being in complete control, you might need to delegate, right? But if you are excellent at what you do, being in complete control.
Paid only.
What interface do you prefer using? So right now I use an Arturia Audio Fuse. One of the reasons why is it's all line in on the back. So I have like 12 synths in here. And I also have an ADAT mic preamp that I use for when I'm tracking like live drums and stuff like that. But it's one of the reasons why I have it because it's like 16 line-ins on the back, so I can just route all of my synths directly in there and have everything in the studio on all the time. Honestly, for an interface, it's pretty cheap for how phenomenal it is. Yep. All the line-ins are fantastic. The interface for it, the UI is amazing for it. It's super simple. I've had zero issues with it. Really clean conversion, incredibly clean conversion. Yeah, I have zero issues with it. And I've had Apollos, I've had a bunch of other stuff, and to me it's the best one that I've used for pretty cheap. I say cheap loosely, right? Because there's like $200 interfaces, but
Yeah.
it's pretty awesome. So that's what I use now. I use it for drums, I use it for guitars, I use it for all the synths in here, and fabulous, fantastic. And I also I don't know if it's the same for you, but I don't really use any mic pre's on here. TLM 103 or SM7B. Yeah, I have an analog vocal chain, a tube vocal chain from ART that I use for this is also a tube microphone, but it's line in the back anyways, right? So since I'm using outboard preamps, what I would encourage you to do regardless, if you're using outboard preamps and you go line out into the line in, you don't really need to use any preamps. I know you have the Babyface, which is fantastic. That's a really good interface too. Smaller, but it's a really good interface. But yeah, it's one of the benefits is since I'm all analog on the outside here, I don't have to use any preamps, which is nice. Dude, I love them, Nathan. Dude, I appreciate you so much, man. You're crushing it. So happy to be hearing your music again, man. Excited for the other track that you have as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Super, super talented. I feel like talented is an understatement because that was really well done. I don't know if I've gotten to hear your music before, but I really loved this one. And like I said, I would have never guessed that you don't typically do this genre. So amazing job.
Hell
Let's
yeah.
talk about ways you can level up your Spotify in case you care. Of course, you don't have to do this, but we always say might as well, right? Why not
Might as well
help
check all the
the
boxes, dude.
Spotify algorithm help you even more? So as a reminder, Spotify does kind of function like a social media where they do function algorithmically. So anything you can do to help them out in the SEO and keyword space is going to be helpful. So I do feel like you have an identifiable brand, which is awesome. I do feel like it's pretty clear, got a clear aesthetic and vibe, which is great. But I would love to see some kind of banner on your Spotify. Right now, nothing is coming up in your banner section. So getting something that fits the aesthetic and the brand that you are going for, even if it's just some random art or something, is better than nothing. The other thing is getting some kind of description on there. Since you have nothing on there right now as well, it would be a great idea to get something. They do allow 1,500 characters, and I always say that's for a reason. It is to essentially help you out. So anything you can give them in the way of keywords, like I was saying, a location is a good one. So wherever you're based out of, what genres you like to tap into, some specific artists that you pull inspiration from that are bigger than you, that the algorithm can then be like, oh, if they like this music, they'll probably love Nathan's,
Mm-hmm.
and
Like
that can
Sleep
help.
Token and whatever other like influences
Exactly,
and
like
stuff.
just
Yeah.
some big names that you can then tag. That way it's hyperlinked on the user side of things and then fully picked up on by the algorithm. And then what else? Let's see. Honestly, those are the three main things that I definitely say to add in. But anything that you can offer, any ways that anyone that is going to dig deeper on you to learn more, anything that you can give them to connect with you is going to be ideal. That way, they follow through and
Mhm.
become a fan, right? And a giant supporter, and not just somebody who like listens or adds one song to their playlist or something.
100%, Michael. Talk about that all the time. Super important.
Yeah, of course. So whenever you log into Spotify for Artists, you can literally do this like pretty easily, especially with AI. If you want to feed it a bunch of descriptions and then a bunch of little things about yourself, and then say maximize this for the about section on my Spotify artist profile, it'll do that, and then you can tweak it from there to make sure it makes sense and sounds like yourself.
Yeah.
Then that would be a good little quick way to do it. But yeah, definitely having something there is way better than nothing. So anything you do add is going to be helpful. And then just making sure that your Instagram, and if you have any of the other ones, I think the only ones it allows is like Facebook, Instagram, and X randomly.
Yeah, that's so random.
Yeah, it is random. So just getting any of those that you do have linked on there is also helpful. We always say to ideally mitigate as many stops as possible. So
Yeah,
anything that would
barriers.
any barriers, anything that would keep somebody from like following through and becoming a full-on fan, like I said, and supporting everything you do on each individual platform. Yeah, for sure.
Hell
And
yeah,
it's
man.
like that's why we bring this stuff up, because it's like little tweaks and easy things that you can do that it's like you may as well, what else was I going to say? Oh, I think I saw that you have a link tree too, which is awesome. Let me see. And you have it set up really well, exactly how we recommend doing it, with the social platform icons at the top. We always say like maybe keep it to two, advertising two songs or promoting two songs at a time. That way your whole
Hell yeah.
link tree isn't taken up by promoting songs, but that way you're basically leaving it up to them, where it's like a one-stop shop functioning more like a website or a landing page, and then it's set up for them so that it's not even a question what they do. They're essentially going to check out your music because you have a couple stream links on there, and then they have your merch, and then if you ever do YouTube, you can promote that at the top. You have a lot of different things going on, and different ways that they can support you. But it's like you really don't need to muddy it up with more than a couple of songs, just because there's a good chance that if they listen to one of them, they're going to go down the list if they like it and listen to more of it. And it can be a little overwhelming on the user side of things if there's just like a ton. It's like stream this, stream this, stream this. Well, how would they know which one to go to? You basically want to dumb it down and make it as simple and straightforward as possible, with what you want them to do, if that makes sense. Faith, the line is always at Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah.
So you can check it out at any point. We always recommend keeping it up so that you can keep up with it. But yeah, we would constantly be having to read the line if we didn't have that listed.
Yeah, it's
so.
always up. And
What's
dude,
up, Cool? Good
Nathan,
to see you.
I would 45. Cool. 45. I am. Nathan, I would love to collaborate with you, man. We're gonna be moving next, like over the next like kind of like month. Next like month and a half, we're gonna be bouncing around in a move. So because we're moving like 5 hours from here. So it's gonna be kind of chaos for like the next 4 to 6 weeks. Then I'll be setting up a new studio. Once I get the new studio set up, let's log in. Feel free to shoot me some demos, but I gotta.
That would be so sick. What a great collab.
Yeah, dude, I would love to. I've been wanting to for a while, man.
Yeah, honestly, Nathan, those are all the notes I have because you're killing it in so many different ways. And honestly, guys, if you're not following or tapped in with Nathan, definitely make sure that you are. Make sure you go follow his Spotify, because there is a lot to learn from the way that Nathan is doing things, and it's just really inspiring and cool for the community. I would absolutely love. I know I mentioned it, but I would absolutely love to have you in the Discord as well.
Hell yeah, dude. Oh, dude,
and feel free. We have a
to.
promotions channel in there. We have a collaboration channel, all that kind of stuff. So feel free to promote yourself in there. We'd be happy to have you.
What's up, Jane? Yeah, I am at least half Norwegian. That's
Are we
Torvik.
atheist?
Torvik.
Not really. I believe in God.
No, specifically. Yeah. Give me a month. Feel free to shoot them my way. But yeah, give me a month or so before I can actually have like the mental capacity to dig into them and reset up everything to start tracking again and things like that. But dude, you're such a Torvik. You know the fjords.
I know. I want to go visit.
I would love to go to Norway.
We like see that there's a Torvik Norway and it looks really incredible.
I am Norwegian. But y'all show some love to Nathan. Nathan, you're a beast, dude. I would love to do some synthwave tracks with you, man.
Norwegian descent, right?
Yeah.
But obviously American. Like,
yeah.
It's just we lose our culture here.
Do not live there. Like,
unfortunately, a lot of Americans just lose their culture.
Hell yeah. But man, if you're not already, go to Spotify, whatever DSP that you use, go and stream Nathan's music. Nathan is a beast. Everything that he does himself, and he has some amazing songs out. So definitely go show some love and support to the family. Nathan, we love you. Absolutely incredible. Dude, hell yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Dude. Yeah, it would be really cool if you tap in to the Discord. That way we can keep in touch.
So we're in DFW right now. We're just moving back to our hometown in San Antonio.
South Texas.
Out in Atlanta currently. Let's go. Dude, I would love to go to Norway, man. That'd be so fun. Okay, so we got to do a giveaway. So how do we want to format this, man?
Yeah, I can do it.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to. It's got its pros, of course. Texas has its pros, but it's hot and we're ready. We're ready to explore.
Yeah, I think we will get out of Texas at some point.
As soon as we
But you know, it'll always be home, born and raised.
Yeah. It'll always be home. A lot of our family is here, so. All right, we got to do a giveaway. How do we want to format this giveaway? I think we're going to give away 2 10s and a 20. 2 10s and a 20. So let's see. Who do we want it to be for? Let me see who I have on here. So anybody, so we'll make a list.
Everybody.
Okay, if you want to be part of this giveaway, we're giving away, and actually this is a shout out to the community. Like we always say, this is such an incredible, generous community of people. So one of our family members in here, Kaylin, sent in to help give y'all a boost on the board. So if you would like to be a part of this giveaway, we're going to do 3 giveaways, then hop in the chat. Just drop a peace sign in the chat. Let us know that you're here. We'll get your name on a list, and we're going to do a random giveaway. 3 different people will win. So definitely hop in the chat.
Yep, giving away 2 10s and 1 20.
Got you cool?
Peace sign in the chat. Retrack, got you. Cool, got you. West Cat.
Cool Ray.
Zooted. Whoa, that's a cool peace sign. It's the it's our emoji.
That's funny.
Our emote.
Cool Ray. Got you.
Shout out to Kaylin. Kaylin is so generous. I don't
That's
think
the
he's here
family,
right now,
man.
but he's a big part of this family.
Let's get Faith.
Perfect.
Y'all hop in the chat. Drop a peace sign in the chat if you want to be part of this giveaway. We're giving away 2 10s and a 20. Just till the tracks are out. 5 more tracks.
Yeah, so if you guys want to see the line, we do have it listed on Twitch or YouTube.
Yep. Always up. You can always see the minimums. You can always see the order. I'm going to update some things here real quick. So 4. So it's going to be, these are going to be updated. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom.
We'll run the 2 10s first, and then we'll do
Yeah.
the 20 last, guys.
Hell yeah. You got Wes.
Yeah, I got him.
Perfect.
So right now I have Retract, Cool, Westcap, Zooted, Nin, and Faith. Who
Anybody else hop in the chat? Last chance. It's there on YouTube. It's the, yeah, I can see it right now. It's up there. It's always on
mean-
the screen.
Yeah, let me double check.
Because it's the exact same stream going.
Sometimes it looks kind of hidden, so it's a black line. So I mean, not black line, but it's a black background. So that may be why, but it's definitely there. Anyone else? Retract, Cool, Westcap, Zooted, Nin, Faith.
Yeah, sure thing.
Oh, Stinky Stick. I'll put you in.
Doing a
here.
giveaway.
Giveaway.
All right, y'all. Last chance to get in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Door closed.
All right, let's run it. Let's run it. How many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7.
Choose a number between 1 and 7.
These are some good odds, y'all.
It's 4.
Zooted.
Zooted. Let's go. Okay, so
Congrats,
Zooted.
Zooted. You got
I'm gonna-
10 in credit.
I'm going to add 10 to yours. So you actually are getting a push up to the 35, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, you don't have to put numbers in the chat. He's asking Siri.
Yeah, we'll do it random.
But I know people do it like that, so
All
sorry
right,
to
1 through
confuse you guys.
6. Choose a number between 1 and 6. It's 2. It's 2. It's 2.
Cool, Ray.
Cool.
Congrats, you got a 10 in credit.
You got 10. Let me know what you want to do with that. Do you want me to save it for the next time? Do you want me to give it away to someone else? Let me know. I got you either way.
Nah, we'll save it. We could also, or no, what was I gonna say? Oh, the next one is 20 in credit, guys.
Next one's 20.
No, Stinky. You
It's
haven't
random.
gotten it yet.
Series deciding, not in the chat.
Yeah.
All right, let me get 10 saved for cool. Boom, cool. Got you with 10 saved. All right, last one here, 20. So 1 through 5, right?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
All right, let's get it. Choose a number between 1 and 5. It's 5.
Stinky Stick.
Stinky.
Congratulations, Stinky. You got 20 in credit.
All right, Stinky, I'm going to save that for you because it's below the minimum right now, but you do have 20 waiting for you the next time that you want to submit.
You could always add to it now if you want
Yeah,
to.
yeah, up to you, obviously. You know how it works at this point. So Stinky, Stick. I
So
got
we
20 for you.
have Cool and Zooted with 10 in credit, and then Stinky Stick with 20. Congratulations, guys.
If I don't get bumped, just give it to someone who needs it. Okay, I'll keep that in the
That's sweet,
in
cool.
the pocket for that 10, and then because you're up next, I got you right now. You're the next one up here. All right, let's keep it going, y'all. 5 more tracks. Let's get into it. Sounds good, Stinky.
We'll just save it for your credit now, and then
Yeah.
if you come back in and you decide you want to gift it to someone, you can.
Hell yeah. Just left the studio. Think I maybe did something here. All right, let's get into it. Let's see. This is not see that coming. Rough.
Sounds
right?
good, Stinky.
Give me
We
some
got 20,
details.
saved in credit for you.
Give me some details. This is fresh off the press. If you
All
have not
ears on
heard cool, if you have not heard cool, you are missing out. There's music out on platforms. Go check it out. Go stream the music. Go follow. This is we got a lot of the family in here today, which I love. It's like a warm hug of music. Let's get into it, man.
I love that. That's
It's about
cute.
the current political and social situation in
Oh,
America.
shit. Let's go.
Buckle up. Buckle up. Let's run
fucking
it.
go.
I'm excited, man. Let's get into the details. Any context that you have beyond that, let me know.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Yeah. Steady talking, but they ain't saying nothing. How you not see that coming? Got bombs in the
ashes. Call me George S. Patton, bury these fashions. How I move so ardent. What's the president reaction? No, we ain't clapping. Hope he begging my pardon. Jan 6 with my antics. No insurrection, huh? Funny how it's chick propagandist. Hard up, trying to answer questions.
sick beat.
Making no exceptions. Are you moving with malevolence? Started off Tesla, now you acting like you had a sin.
Moral to the lesson is
Watch where the hands lie, saying he the one to blame, but definitely apartheid. Taught, been through it since the dawn of time. The same snakes in a different place with rotten fruit and fresh lies. So par for the course, but no fairway. So able to lie to Kane ain't shot behind a Kanye. Steady talking, but they ain't saying nothing. How you not see that coming? Got bombs in the budget, but it's no free lunches. How you not see that coming? Now it's tears out in Paris, but nothing for the Russians. How you not see that coming? Yeah, wide awake, but the dream's still running. How you not see that coming? If they worry about the masses, we wouldn't need classes. Y'all worry about fashion, should be worried about fashion. If they worry about the masses, we wouldn't need classes. Y'all worry about fashion, should be worried about fascists. Old McDonald tried to cause him harm, talking about some things he don't know. With face tats and hair like Yanni, blamed everyone for his woes. With a dog was a head and a dog whistle there. He'll tell you how he the biggest victim of the year. Doing Freudian flips, cause bro so oddly transfixed. Yes, in hopes that we'll miss, he always round a racist. But got Owens in 36, prove master races don't exist. Here's a tip, since you and overlords is ignoring me. Go ahead, treat the courts less than cordially. And me and mine slide, pull up like it's Normandy. Steady talking, but they ain't saying nothing.
Corey's so good,
How you
guys.
not
Crazy
see
lyric
that
structure,
coming?
man.
Got bombs in the budget, but it's no free lunches.
That line right
How
there
you
is
not see that coming? Now it's tears out in Paris, but nothing for the Russians. How you not see that coming? Yeah, wide awake, but the dream's still running. How you not see that coming? If they worry about the masses, we wouldn't need classes. Y'all worry about
I like
fashion,
that
should be
lower.
worried about
So
fashion. If
sick.
they worry about the masses, we wouldn't need classes. Y'all worry about fashion, should be worried about fascists.
I want you to remember that no bastard ever won war by dying for his country. He won it by making the other poor dumb bastard die for his country.
That was fire.
damn cool,
You
bro.
know, old Kanye's. I miss it, dude.
I know
It's so sad that Kanye fell off as hard as he did, you know.
100%.
So that's
100%.
a high praise right there.
Definitely, man. Show some love to Cool. We're gonna have to dig into this. We're gonna run it back. We're gonna chop through some things here. This to me
Cool
is
from around the way.
yeah, dude. Your lyrics are so layered and so nuanced. Like, Cool's one of those artists in a good way that you got to listen to a song 4 or 5 times to like get all the doubles and triples and like get all the nuanced layers to the lyric structure. But there's some lyrics in there for me that just hit, that are kind of like parts of your hook. Like even just like got bombs in the budget, but no free lunches. Like there's like, that is such a hard hitting
I
line.
know.
That is such a hard hitting line.
I want to see lyric videos on these.
bro. And I also feel like that this this structure here in this song it's like timely. If this were like up to me, this is not a song that I would wait on. This is kind of one of those songs just because of what's happening right now, just because of the content of what you're talking about, the like cultural environment right now and the atmosphere right now.
I don't think we have that one set up. X Monster, what is that? That's pretty cool. We're a fairly new channel.
Yeah, brand new, baby. This is one of those songs that in my opinion, I would like put at the top of the list, get it mixed, get it out, start making content for it, because
I'm ready as fuck.
You're putting your finger on some stuff that is a hell yeah. Yeah,
Nice.
that's what I'm saying. Like let's go. Like let's cause just because you're putting your finger on some
It's
stuff
so relevant
that
right
is
now.
now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I need this out in like a week. You know what I mean? Like I need this ready to go. So I just, if I could put any healthy pressure on you, it would be to get this mixed get it balanced and everything, and then punch it through. Because dude, the structure's fantastic. Let's get into it, man. I'm just gonna focus on lyric structure, get into and just offer some praise to what you're doing. But man, you're crushing, dude. This is something special. This when you can like touch on relevance and you can touch on the environment and the atmosphere of what's happening, that's where I feel like you could just like amplify what you're doing like crazy, because it's not just talking about like the general feeling that everyone has about the political atmosphere and the climate and stuff like that. It's like you're digging into some things that I think is
So real.
like really real for so many
and
people
need to be talked about, so mad props to you.
100%. This is also like why people I get annoyed.
Yeah.
I'm not going to delve into this too much, but I get annoyed when people are like, stop making music political. And like, so like music has always been political. It has always been a rebellion against the system. Rock and roll, hip hop, all this stuff. Like it has always been like the voice of the people. It always has been like the rumbling of the culture and the subculture and stuff like that.
No one has the right to say like stop making anything political, to be honest, because we all have that right.
100%. So I just like you said, like this is like what it was made for, and I resonate with that so much, because that is like the core of like so much of the edge of what music is. That
Like
I appreciate
anytime
it a lot.
somebody has that comment of like stick to blank, like whatever you do, it's like everything's political, bro. So fuck off.
Especially if your music's real. Like if you're a real artist talking about your perspective and your life and your experience and stuff like that, then that's what it's supposed to be. All right, let's get into it, man. This is Not See That Coming, and I see it in the words, and I see what you're doing with it. So I understand the correlation there too. I just have to be careful with how I say it on these platforms. But let's get into it, man.
You have to be careful with what?
Because it's a play on those two words together.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
That's the whole like hook of the song. I just, for the sake of us maintaining our platform, I'll leave that to y'all's imagination. But it's I see what you're
NOT-ZEE.
doing. Yeah.
Thing we have to fear
Let's go, cool man.
is fear
You're a beast, bro.
itself. Yeah.
Steady talking, but they ain't saying nothing. How you not see that coming? Got bombs in the budget, but it's no free lunches.
That's a hook right there, dude. That is like such a, I love it.
How you not see that coming? Now it's tears out in Paris, but nothing for the Russians. How you not see that coming? Yeah, wide awake, but the dream's still running. How you not see that coming? If they worry about the masses, we wouldn't need classes. Why y'all worry about fashion? Should be worried about fashion. If they worry about the masses, we wouldn't need classes. Why y'all worry about fashion? Should be worried about fashions. Call me George and Spat, bury these fashions. How I move so ardent. What's the president reaction? No, we ain't clapping. Hope he begging my pardon. Jan 6 with my antics. No insurrection, huh? Funny how it's shake propagandists. Hard up, trying to answer questions. Ain't making no exceptions. Are you moving with malevolence? Started off Tesla, now you acting like you reticent.
Moral to the lesson is
Watch where the hands lie, saying he the one to blame, but definitely apartheid. Taught, been through it since the dawn of time. The same snakes in a different place with rotten fruit and fresh lies. So par for the course, but no fairway. So able to lie to Kane, ain't shot behind a Kanye. Steady talking, but they ain't saying nothing. How you not see that coming? Got bombs in the
This is a great example too of like a strictly rhythmic hook, where like obviously the production itself varies, like it's just boom, like straight through all the way through the structure of the song, but you do a great job of just transitioning the energy of your vocal, the flow and the cadence. It just, as soon as you go into that not see this coming, that whole structure right there, you immediately like move into that moment of the song. Yeah, killed it, dude.
budget, but it's no free lunches. How you not see that coming? Now it's tears out in
I would even, to be honest, I would even like double up on, I did not see that coming. Like that hook right there, maybe even the free lunches, like some of your accents there. I wouldn't even mind if there was like just because the way that I'm like imagining a video and imagining its impact culturally, like I feel like this is like an anthem song, you know what I mean? Like this is a song that like so many people are going to tie to, so many people are going to relate to. I feel like I wouldn't even mind hearing like some gang vocals on the hook there, on like the accents, on like maybe the see this coming or the not see this coming, like some of those accents right there, having like maybe 5 or 6 other kind of slightly out of whack vocal layers right there. He has the dub here. He has the dub. Oh, the double buried because it's okay, perfect. Yeah. I think it would be cool because you almost like can picture yourself in the song. You know what I mean? Like when you get back to that hook, you can almost like insert yourself into the equation a little bit and like put yourself in the hook, like singing this, chanting this, yelling this with you. So it could be interesting, like to have not only the doubles that you do have there, but maybe even some other gang vocals to like stack that hook a little bit. And you could use what you have to manipulate a set of gang vocals, just different timing, different pitch and stuff like that. But dude, this hook is just it's so relevant, and I think so many people are going to relate to it.
How you not see that coming? Got bombs in the budget, but it's no free lunches. How you not see that coming? That's tears out in Paris, but nothing for the Russians. How you not see that coming? Yeah, wide awake, but the dream's still running. How you not see that coming? If they worry about the masses, we wouldn't need classes. Y'all worry about fashion, should be worried about fashion. If they worry about the masses, we wouldn't need classes. Y'all worry about fashion, should be worried about fashions. Old McDonald tried to cause some harm, talking about some things he don't know.
Only reason why I would say no is because we're moving in a week, and I just don't know if we would be able to record before then. Otherwise, and I want you to get this out like ASAP. I want you to get this out like ASAP.
That'd be sick. What is it?
Tracking gang vocals for the background, just like on the hook, like some like just kind of like yelled vocals and like stuff like that. And be sick. But
Damn, I'm like,
because
we could in like a couple weeks.
I know
but
we could in like probably 2 or 3 weeks or something like that. But it just depends obviously on your timeline for this, just because I want you to get this out as fast as you possibly while also having what it needs.
Face tats and hair like Yanni, blamed everyone for his woes.
I'm like, how can we make this work?
I love the Yanni reference though, bro.
I know.
Who
even knows
who's
Yanni?
actually talking about Yanni, bro? I think my freshman year in high school, I had a Yanni no, might have been like my freshman or sophomore year
that.
in yeah, let's go, dude.
That guy's cringe, bro.
But I forgot what I was saying. Either way.
With a dog whistle here and a dog whistle there. He'll tell you how he the biggest victim of the year. Doing Freudian flips, cause bro so oddly transfixed. Yes, in hopes that we'll miss. He always round a racist. But got Owens in 36, prove master races don't exist. Here's a tip, since you and overlords is ignoring me. Go ahead, treat the courts
I vibe with this, dude. I like it a lot, dude.
less than cordially.
And let's also say this is a demo. This is a reference. This is not even with like the layers tucked. This is nowhere near mixed. This is also a good example of really high quality tracking. It's like a $20,000 vocal chain. Chef's kiss. It already feels textural. It already feels like decently compressed.
Somebody
and
could
controlled.
release this and it'd be fantastic.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like this is like people are like the mic doesn't make a difference until you use a great mic. And you're like, oh, I don't have to do anything. You know what I mean? Like it is like pretty wild once you use like a really high quality mic and like good preamps and good compressors and stuff like that. And you're like, oh, so I don't need 8 plugins on here. I mean, you can if you want it, but you're like, oh, I don't need to DS the shit out of this because it's already like soft and saturated. It's such a crazy difference, dude.
Your mind slide, pull up like it's Normandy. Steady talking.
Definitely something in the future.
100%, dude. 100%. Yeah, and you know what? We've collaborated on stuff in the past. Is many times in the future. I'm not even worried about it.
But they ain't saying nothing. How you not see that coming? Got bombs in the budget, but it's no free lunches. How you not see that coming? That's tears out in Paris, but nothing for the Russians. How you not see that coming? Yeah, wide awake, but the dream's still running.
It does, dude. No way around. I mean, I talk about this all the time, but even like coming from, you can't see it on Twitch, whatever, but like coming from that mic to this mic and like transitioning between different microphones, it's a world of difference, dude. It's like, it's so dramatic. It's not like that you can't get similar. Yeah. You can't, you can get like similar end results, man. Yeah, it makes a difference, dude. Like it's like the end. It's like you could crazy brighten up something else, but it's the reality that I don't need to degrade my signal to get good quality with something else. Like switching to a high quality, like behind the line right here is the M147. Switching to a high quality 2 microphone is like, dude, it's life changing, dude. It's game changing. It's so nice. And you're doing, I think C800G. For those of you who might be curious, C800G Sony. Fantastic microphone. I think, are you running 737, the Avalon 737 or something similar to that? It's just a fantastic vocal chain. It's really, really well done.
coming. If they worry about the masses, we wouldn't need classes. Y'all worry about fashion, should be worried about fashion. If they worry about the masses, we wouldn't need classes. Y'all worry about fashion, should be worried about fascists.
I want you to remember that no bastard ever won war by dying for his country. You won it by making the other poor dumb bastard die for his country.
So it's so freaking good, dude. Y'all show some love to Cool.
Cool Ray.
That's the
always
family, that's the
incredible.
brother. You're a
But
beast.
this one has extra meaning, so
Yeah.
it's amazing. Good job.
You don't need to correct anything. You just need to go through the natural process. The song as is fabulous. It's fantastic. It's great structure.
I'm impressed.
Just push it forward in its process, right? Push it forward in its process. If there's anything that I can offer for you being here, put some pressure on yourself and get this out, man. Like 2 weeks max. Like get it out, get it tracked, get it done. This is a timely song. There's songs to sit on for a month. There's songs to wait for the project on. This isn't it. It's timely. It needs to be out now, man. Put some pressure on and get
A
it
couple
done.
quick little notes on your Instagram. Make sure to keep updating your bio. If you're gonna be, promoting stuff in the bio, then make sure that you definitely keep up with it. Just because White Lies has been out for a minute, right? But it could be kind of confusing and seems like it's coming out this coming July. And then purveyor of philosophy through, the word through is there's a little typo in it. So just things like that. It's important to make sure that it's polished. And then we still got to get you at least a link tree, bro. Like honestly, I'm down to do your link tree if you want. I'll just set up your link tree and then send it to you. And then you can change the password on it or whatever you want to do, but at least I could just get it set up for you. Let me know if you want me to do that. I'm down to do it. But that's honestly the only little things, the only little notes I have. But I want you to get it done before you release anything else.
Hell yeah. Or is White Lies your
Okay,
most,
awesome.
is that your most recent release? It might be.
You've been sitting on stuff, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
you're kind
you
of
have a big
working on-
project coming out in the summer, right? Yeah, dude, you're crushing it. 1,000 monthlies too, bro. You're crushing it. I gotta hit play on one of those songs to bring it to 1,000 monthlies real quick. I gotta get you 1,000. It's at $9.99.
I also want to help you work on your Spotify description because that's also really important. Yeah, I don't care. I'll literally do it for whatever you want to pay me or can pay me. I don't care.
Yeah. We got the fam, man. Just gotta get you to 30 seconds to get 1,000 monthly listeners.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll be in touch. Honestly, just DM me on Instagram and we'll talk cool, but I'm super excited for you.
Dude, beast.
Your
Y'all, show
future
some
is so
love.
bright.
Show some love to the family. Absolute legend.
I'm running
Incredible
to the restroom real
lyricist.
quick.
Got you. Incredible lyricist, dude. If you are not already listening to Cool Ray on all platforms, you're missing out, man. There's so much incredible music on there, done at a very high level. So go treat your ears. Go treat your ears, man. But y'all, show some love to the. Oops, I broke this, or it's already been broken. There we go. Y'all, show some love to the family. Cool. It's all love, man. That's all love. Yeah. As soon as we move, as soon as we get situated, man, we'll be able to just tap in on more things. I'll be able to like turn my head towards tunnels and like stuff like that. And also let me know, dude, because I'm probably just since we're here, since tunnels, I have upgraded so many things and boom, easy work, cool. I've updated so many things and like changed my chain, changed so many things. I'm probably going to be doing some reprocessing on that song. Anyways, let me know what your thoughts are on that structure. I don't know, because it's been a while now. It's been like 2 years or something, dude, or like a year and a half since I was like working on this song. Let me know if you want to do the same or if you feel locked in. I just know I need to dig into it whenever I have some time, and I'm probably going to update a lot of what I'm doing because I love the structure of it, but there's some mixing obviously things that I need to do to update on my end. Now you crushed it with what you're doing, but I'm gonna dig into that probably in a couple, maybe 5-6 weeks or something like that. I just need to get the file updated and things like that. But anyways, I'll toss that into your court if you want. All right, y'all. Let's see who we got. Nin is in the building. Nin, hop in the chat. I might already have you downloaded in here. Is it you know? Yeah, you know. Beautiful. Let's go, dude. All love, cool. All love, man. Always, 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 man. Appreciate you so much. Let's go, Nin. Let's pull this up, and then I'll wait for Libby to come back in, and then we'll keep running, y'all. Last I think 4 tracks here today. Let's run it. Let me get this checked. Get this updated. Cross the line. Oh, what can I do? What can I say? Dun, dun, dun. All right, got you up here. All right, y'all. Nin, give me the details. Let me double check the
Yay,
email
Nin,
here
I'm
too.
excited.
All right, need to fix the transition.
Love you, cool. I don't know if you're still here, but I love you.
He said he already fixed the Instagram, so it's good.
Oh, fire.
I sound design a lot. I love it. Need to fix the transition in the second drop, but I wanted to show you my work in sound design. Let's run it, dude.
And
I'm
my CPU
so
is
excited.
burning.
Yeah, that's a good sign, man. That means you're doing some heavy stuff. All right, this is You Know by Nin. Let's dive in, man.
You make me feel like I'm losing control. I've never been so high. Just so you know, I don't want no one else. Don't want no one else. Just so you know, just so you know, just so you know.
Hey.
Love the automation there.
Just so you know. Just so you know. Just so you know.
Let's go, Nin.
Double time. Bass is nasty.
Oh, cool, you're still here. I checked out your bio. Awesome job. Nin, you're in Netherlands, right?
So good.
Do I have
man.
that right?
So good, y'all. That was Nin Wave right here in the Twitch chat. Y'all show some love to the family. Show some love, Austria.
Austria.
Coming, dude. We're coming. Show
yeah.
some love. Show some love. That is You Know by Nin. Let's get straight back into it. Let's dive into it. Honestly, man, I think you do have a really good balance on your production elements here. Everything's clean and sharp and punchy. And I think the level balance of everything that's there currently, really, really, really nice. A couple quick things right off the top. I do want to talk about the second transition because it's a similar buildup to a completely different breakdown right after, right? Where you have the kind of the double time, like four on the four on the floor coming right after that, right? Completely different breakdown. So maybe there's a way to shift color there a little bit more so that it lends itself to a slightly different breakdown. I think that would be interesting. And then the first early thing is the piano processing. I kind of wish that there was like a little bit of color on the piano. Right now it feels, I know you might be earlier in this too, it feels a little bit dry. So you have this basically, it's kind of like early progression here. Let me, honestly, like the easiest fix in the world to this, just to kind of give you, would be like a Studio D chorus. I'll show you how it sounds right now. Quick A and B, right? So if we do like number 3 here, I'll bypass it. So here's on its own dry. This is more similar to kind of what you have, right? Bypass. I don't like this piano tone itself, but on more closer to what you have, something a little darker. Let me go slower. I'm gonna go on number 1. Like a little bit of texture, even like filtered out with just, and again, it could be a different chorus, it could be a different effect, right? To me, compared to the vibrancy that everything else has, the piano feels a little bit dry. And so I would love to have some color on it, whether that's like you just don't do a chorus at all, but you saturate a little bit. Maybe you put like a really tight, like 1.5 plate reverb, like give it like a little bit of depth. Just a little bit of depth so it kind of fits some of the other like noise and stuff that you hound in here. So yeah, sound design is super, super cool.
I never really have anything to say on Nins because I'm like,
Nin's so cool. Yeah, this is like, honestly, this is a tiny little detail, man.
this is like all Torvik because it has to be dug in deep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
this
it's
is past
so good.
my expertise.
So good, dude. All right, let's get into it. Let's get straight into it. Honestly, 99% of this sounds fantastic. It's a great balance. It's a really good mix on what you have, honestly. I love it so much. I love your vocal chops. I think the vocal on this sounds great. Let's dive in, man.
You make me feel like I'm losing control. I've never been so high. And just so you know, I don't want no one else.
Really like your vocal processing here.
No one else. Just so you know,
Immediate anticipation. Build up is beautiful. I agree, cool. Super distinct low end. What I love about the bass, we talk about this all the time, is it's not, I think so many people are like, I need more bass. So they just like crank low end. They crank low end. But I think what so many people don't understand is like a lot of that frequency is there already. Like even on a vocal, like a typical vocal mix, you have all the way down to like 100 hertz in the mix. That's a lot of low end. Like the low end is there. Oftentimes what you need is some mids and some highs to give a tack to the low end element. If it's just like low end boom and thud, it's just muddy, right? But if you get like the sharp attack or the beater of the kick drum, or you get the high end saturation of an 808, in this instance, you have like a really loud, it's one of my favorite things about the Juno that I have over there is the noise filter. And I like it on the Poly D2, but the noise filter is so good. And it offers just like this like attack and this hiss and this like griminess to the signal that I love. You have that on this low bass here. So as soon as it comes in, it's not that you just hear ooh on the bottom end, you get this, you get this like sharpness at the top end that like directs your attention towards the low end without it being muddy at all. Super tight, super clean. But you'll notice that there's a lot of high end things happening on the low end elements. That's what gives you, that's another thing I was this is months ago,
Well
but
done.
I was talking to a client about mixing like bass guitar, right? And a lot of what you really need to do in order to like mix in a bass guitar is boost like high mids, like 5K, 6K. Because instead of just hearing doof, like thump and stuff at the bottom end, you need to hear the attack of the string. You need to hear that gung, and then that g with the underneath it. It's like that. This is funny, but that combination, right, of the attack.
It always makes me laugh
plus the
because you're
body.
actually good at it.
Yes, it sounds exactly like a bass, but it's the attack plus the body. You do a great job of that. Like just listening to the low end of this track, fantastic. But it's because of that noise. It's that fuzzy, it's almost like rattling a driver in like a 1992 Honda Accord. You know what I mean? Like it's that built into the production so everybody gets the same experience. I love it, dude. It's killer. Piano comes in beautifully here. Love these pads. Great automation. So much of this is so good, Nin. You're a beast. You're really talented. While being clean, like you know what I mean, like it's like
it never. Yeah, that's the thing about your tracks is they never really do get muddy, which is so impressive and pretty crazy for this type of music.
I almost think like you sometimes almost bias too far, sometimes the other way of like it almost being, sometimes I'm like, dude, you could probably do a little more if you want in some place, even like on the percussion on the hook and stuff. So like you do a boom, boom, and then the drums just kind of keep going. You could probably dig into some of the intricacies of your percussion to fill in kind of a call and response, like a fill in, almost like a counter production to the big bass brams that you're doing in there and go back and forth. But honestly, I love that you bias this side though. I love that your records tend to be like clean and distinct and well mixed, as opposed to this is so noisy and so busy and so chaotic that we have to be like, hey bro, slow down. You got 7 synths, you only need 3 of them. What are you doing? You're in a great spot where your automation is good, your mixes are really clean, man. Your production, your percussion is punchy, saturated well. You're doing so many things really, really well. Because noise is so 100%. You were offering, like, your bass alone fills up so much of the, because it has high end, it has noise, it has hiss, and it also has body. You're doing a great job. So yeah, maybe there's some moments in here where you could like call in response a little bit. Like maybe now that it's clean, you could do a little bit more percussion to fill in the gaps intricately, like some tom rolls and snare rolls that you're already doing in this like D&B style. When the synths aren't in the mix, little things like that. But honestly, dude, just keep pushing this song forward. I don't have, there's no like major critique of like an issue that you need to fix. Super clean. Wow, it's really well done, dude. You're a beast.
Job, Nin.
When you work clean, you hear everything. 100%. This is why, to that point, why when people are having issues with their mix, I tell them, take everything away, but drums, bass, and vocals. Like anytime someone's like, my mixes are always muddy, they're always whatever. Take everything away but drums, bass, and vocals, which is largely what this whole song is. That's why it sounds so clean. Take everything away and slowly introduce elements, and you'll find stuff that doesn't need to be there. You'll find stuff that are harsh. You'll find things like, oh, I don't even fucking need that in the second verse. Like you can start to like build out the structure in a way that's really, really nicely done. But you're doing exactly what I recommend everyone do. Build solid drums, solid bass, solid like lead vocal structure. And then if you want to bring up the sample, bring up the synth, bring up the arpeggiator, automate something out of here, do a sidechain to your reverb. You can do all of that, but you're not getting in the way of your own mix. Like I think you could build this out a little bit more if you want to. You could automate this reverb. You could color the piano a little bit. You could add a percussion roll into your hook to counter the bass line, and it wouldn't be too busy because your foundation is so solid. Props to you, man. And then we hear this breakdown. breakdown one more time because I know this is one of the question marks you had. One more time. Drop and the build up needs to. Yeah, that's actually exactly. You're on the right track, man. You're crushing. That's exactly what I was gonna say. In my brain, I kind of want a teaser that the vibe's gonna change a little bit. I almost was curious of having some percussive elements that give it the 4 on the floor leading up to it, not just the build up, and then maybe on the synth drop, you instead of cutting to the like that whole build up, what if you went just to the vocal sample and built it up, reverse reverb like you already have, right? Build it up and then and then you have like the 4 on the floor right up to it and transition with the vocal, because to me the next breakdown gets brighter and lighter and like poppier, right? Because it's like 4 on the floor with the vocal sample over the top. Everything else is heavy and dark and super saturated in these massive basses. So if you want to transition to the lighter one, instead of transitioning heavy and dark, transition light. So like high pass up, and then on your break, instead of bass, do the vocal so that the vocal's already teased, and then the 4 on the floor comes in. I think that's like a more seamless transition just by switching the energy. You already transitioned dark to go to the dark one, transition brighter and poppier to go into the next section, and then you can always break it down after that. Small nugget if that works for you, but that'd be one option. Because when I hear that big thing coming back into play, I'm expecting moodier and just to go kind of get, kind of hard style again and go crazy. And so it almost might be a relief for you to and then go straight into it. Excited to burn the CPU. Get some ice packs under there or something, man. Are you on a Mac or a PC?
PC, right?
You need one of those laptop fans. You know what I mean? Those you can like put them on a little stand and they have like a little fan underneath it. That's what you need.
I remember using PC.
Okay, yeah. You need some new coolers in there, some new fans or something. You're crushing it, dude. Like that high. I would like transition with that and then hit it hard. I think that'd be perfect. Seamless. Dang. I used to have a couple computers back. I had a custom built PC that I was using for
That's
production.
awesome.
And it was cool. I mean,
Not custom built by us, but yeah.
I didn't custom build it, but it came with
But
all
it
the
was
things
nice,
that someone else custom built it and I bought it from them.
Mm-hmm.
But it had all the things that terabyte SSD, 32 gigs of RAM. It was tight.
One of your cousins builds them. Jacob.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if he still does.
Yeah. And see, then you come back here, you already go back into the dark section. So you really don't need like 3 dark transitions. Do a little poppier one going into the next
I love
one.
that Zooted.
For like a dead is going stronger.
That is the great thing about PCs,
Yep, 100%. And you can just swap stuff. You're like, oh, my RAM is dead. Let me just get new sticks, or something. You can
With
can
Apple,
easily
it's like get a whole ass new computer.
Yeah, I use Apple. I've used a bunch of different Apple computers for producing and stuff like that, and I do like them. I like the interface, but that is one of their limitations, of course, is some of that processing stuff.
And customization.
Right. You just need to be like, okay, well, I'm going to drop $5,000 up front to make it the last version I would ever need from it, and it's like, yeah, that's tough. What's up, Ari?
Good to see you.
This is so clean, man. You should be super proud of this. Really well balanced mix. Tight, punchy. No mud. Should be, man.
Yeah, you should be. I'm so happy to hear that. I love that.
I can't wait for you to push this forward. Nin, you're a beast. I love it.
Only good things ahead. It's only going to get better and better, Nin, and we're so excited that you're a part of our community and,
Seriously,
and that
man.
we get to be a small part of your journey, I love it so much. We love having you in here. You don't compare to anyone else.
Love you too, bro. Seriously,
We love
so
you.
talented. Yeah, like I said, just keep the song going, right? Keep digging into the structure, dig into the second breakdown there just a little bit to retransition. But dude, honestly, this sounds fantastic.
Nim's
You are
had a consultation with us
100%.
guys, so we've already gone over his branding and his marketing and his plan very thoroughly. So that's why we're not going over that stuff today.
100%. But y'all, give it up for the family, though. Nin, you're a beast. So excited for you. We got Zooted in the chat. Last couple songs, y'all. Last couple songs. Zooted, you are up, ready to go. Let me read through some of these details. Okay, so I have lyrics with here. Perfect. And I've got the... Let me get this MP3 downloaded here, too, so that you're good to go. All right. Hey, Torvik and Libby, hope y'all are doing great. I'm so glad you're here, Zooted. I'm excited. Here's a track I've been working on. I'm a longtime multi-instrumentalist and producer, and one of my biggest goals this year has been learning how to sing, write songs, and just have fun creating in a new way. This one's got a pop funky vibe, love it, with a sonic influence from metal mixing, big low-end, wide guitars, punchy, aggressive drum tones. I did everything myself, writing, producing, mixing, guitar work, drum programming, played it on an E-kit to MIDI. Are you using like a, what are you using, like an Alesis or like a TD10, Roland or something like that? Let me know. Synth design, FX, sample selection, the whole deal, and probably a few things I've already forgotten. Okay.
Aww.
That's
That's
why I like.
sweet.
That's so nice, man. I love it. Roland, yeah, I used to have a 17 kV. Okay, cool. I used to have one of the first drum sets I had growing up.
Literally me trying to say any gear. Like,
I used to have a TD10 that I could track MIDI drums on. Like when I first started producing, like when I was 13, 14 years old, back in my day. Track is currently unreleased and unbranded, but just love to hear your thoughts. All right, let's get into it, man. I'm excited. And let's get this down here. And then you can still quantize and stuff. It's nice.
and then really quick, Zooted, just let me know if you have any platforms.
The brightest thing across the room.
I was like, I couldn't
That
pause
was
it.
so loud. Just let us know if there's anything else you want us to go over. We can go over your Spotify if you have anything distributed. We could go over YouTube, Instagram if you have a link tree or website, anything like that. Even an event you have coming up, anything. Just let us know.
And then let me read this bottom part real quick first. Love any thoughts you have? Here's a few specific things I'm curious about. Is there anything in the arrangement or structure that feels like it could be stronger? Any thoughts on how the vocal tone or delivery could be improved? Still getting used to being behind the mic. Perfect.
Good to know.
What kind of branding or visual aesthetic comes to mind when you hear this?
Okay, awesome.
As someone trying to find my voice sonically and artistically, what's something you think I should lean into
So
more?
you haven't distributed anything yet, and you're kind of
Cool.
doing a rebrand and building up your catalog. Am I correct in saying that?
Let's get. I'm excited.
The brightest thing across the room that I want.
Got you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, baby, I don't mean to be so upfront.
Awesome.
Stage light, street light, sunshine, oh my. Hands on tugging,
It's like big gated drums.
Want you to look me in the eyes and move your body side to side. On mine. Get close and whisper in my ear. Squeeze tight, girl, 'cause I'm right here. Come right inside. The boldest thing I have ever seen. Oh, please. Come in, come on over and show me. Lips need hipsies, lush breeze, oh my.
It's a cool hybrid of styles.
Yeah. I can hear a bit of 80s influence.
Yeah.
Love, sweet stuff, oh my.
But then there's like those mid 2000s, like guitar and drum.
Side to side, on mine. Get close and whisper in my ear. Squeeze tight, girl, 'cause I'm right here. Come right inside.
Yeah, they can see your chat on Twitch. I feel that. They're there, but they're kind of in a different space. But I agree.
Passion, 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 baby. Passion's got us acting crazy. Take me, take it, go on, make me alive. Passion, passion,
I like that,
passion,
Zooted.
baby. Passion's got us acting crazy. Take me, take it, go on, make me alive. Want you to look me in the eyes and move your body side to side on mine, on mine. Get close and whisper in my ear. Squeeze that girl, cause I'm right here. Come right inside. Want you to look me in the eyes and move your body side to side. On mine, on mine. Get close and whisper in my ear. Squeeze that girl, cause I'm right here. Come right inside.
Let's go,
Very
y'all.
nice,
Show some love.
Zooted.
That is. Let me see where's that. Let me see. Where's the track? Do I have it? Oh yeah, "Come" by Zooted. Let's get into it, man. I'm super excited, man. You're talented. I like the style on your vocal. I think it works really well. I think there's some small practical things that you can do really well. But I do agree, Mitchell. It's fresh. It feels very much your own, right? It does have some, even like the drum style. It's reminding me of some like early 90s, like, progressive metal stuff. It's still got the 80s, like gated reverb kind of feel to it too. And then of course the synthesis to tie it all together with maybe a more modern tuned take to the vocal. So it's like a cool collaboration between all these different like hybridized styles and stuff, man. You're crushing it. You're super, super talented, man. And you're doing literally all of this yourself. So let's get into it. I think a couple practical details that would help maybe tighten this up, clean it up a little bit, and also maybe give a little bit more power to your vocal, especially with this very like quantized, gridded production. I think it would be important, we were talking about this with Snow earlier, for your vocal rhythms maybe to be a bit more staccato in the performance, a little bit more tight to the grid, so that when you have this boom, 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 because you have like VST, I think, right? VST bass maybe, or maybe you're playing it too, but like VST, the bass in there, the guitar structure that's also heavily stuttered and gated, the way that that's all really, really tight to the production. I think sometimes when your vocal's too flowy on the rhythm, or even like bending into too many notes, sometimes it makes it feel weaker in contrast to the grit that's coming through on the production. So MIDI drums, bass is both played and MIDI.
Nice.
Yeah, 100%. So all of that's very gridded, which I love. That's good in this style. So I want to find some ways to make sure your vocal fits that, right? So, because what it'll do is if this was like real drums and it's not quantized and it's a little bit more loose of a structure, your vocal won't feel nearly as like out of time or anything, or even like out of pitch or anything like that, just because you have more natural elements that are kind of doing that for you. But when this is like synthesis, VST, it's tight, it's tuned, everything's locked in. Every nuance of the vocal that's outside of that pocket is more prominent. So you have to do a lot of vocal editing to make sure it's super, super tight to the song structure. But let's get into it.
Just
this is
a
Come
quick roll
by
call
Zooted.
too for Westcap, Ruach, and then Fresh We Know.
Fresh
is
I Know
in
is
here.
out. Yeah.
The brightest thing across the room that I
Okay, right off the bat. Actually, let me listen a little farther, and then I'll mention it.
want. I'm sorry.
Okay, so this is completely stylistic. This is like completely, up to you if you want to do this. I love the back and forth between the dun, 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 that little high synth that you have, and the main vocal structure. What I think would make this cleaner and tighter is if they don't overlap at all. So you start the vocal line with the synth and then it cuts. So they overlap there. Then you have the vocal, then you switch to just the synth. But then the synth overlaps with the vocal again. I think it would be better to just have like they completely overlapping shenanigans for sure, right? So to me, it just sounds tighter, punchier if there's a complete give and take, right? One goes and then the other goes. Your lead elements just shift back and forth. Pled, thanks for hopping in.
Salute.
How you feeling? So that's one thing that I'm kind of listening for. So you'll hear the start of your verse. There's overlapping. I think it will
I don't
make.
know if you're saying that in Spanish or in English, but
What's up, Derek? Welcome in, man. I feel like it will offer like more intention to the synth, having it live in its own space as opposed to overlapping, since it
good to see you, Derek.
basically barely lives there anyways, right? Let me run this first part again.
Happy Friday, guys.
See? So you get that dun, 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 starting with the vocal, and it just kind of feels like it maybe just doesn't need to be there, and you could clarify that vocal punch there. And then here, beautiful, love it. And then it starts again there. So again, completely personal preference, right? Just stylistic. You can do it with you as you wish, do with it what you wish. But I think it would sound better to have like a more distinct give and take there. Yeah, great dynamic range. Like again, you have so many things that you're doing really well.
No, not K-pop, right?
This is Zooted. They're on Twitch, which is our man. If y'all are over on TikTok, hop on over to Twitch. Make sure you follow us over there.
I can kind of see that's kind of interesting because I literally was not thinking about that in that context.
In the
at all
verses, I
before
could hear that.
But now that you say that, I'm like, dude, I could kind of hear that.
You
That's
know-
really fascinating.
You know what this reminds me of, kind of, is when you hear a song live that you're used to being played. Like if you've ever like sometimes seen like a pop artist or a rapper or something live that's like a bigger artist, like on a big stage, and they'll have live drums oftentimes, right? It's kind of
Oh, Westcap,
yeah.
I see that you're in the TikTok chat again. You are next, so just a heads up.
where that's kind of what it sounds like. Like sometimes you'll hear like a pop song, but you'll hear it with like live drums. You'll hear like a rap song, but you'll hear it with like live drums. Like there's like a crazy like gospel drummer and they're shredding on the guitar. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. That's kind of what it reminds me of, bringing in the metal drums here.
Yeah, of course. Glad that you hop back in.
Are you doing, Zooted, are you doing any vocal comping? Or are you running through like your hook straight through, basically? I want to hear this transition again. Yeah. Same with your intro vocal right there. It's like a little off instead of, would you look me in your eye? Da, 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 da. You know what I mean? Like it's like kind of like sharpen. It comes in like a little bit early, I think, so you have to lengthen it slightly. Like I would, if you're not comp, and you might be comping some of this. If you're not comping, if you want to really punch that vocal and not, yeah, to me, it just would give. You're asking about like punch and energy and stuff like that. Right now, you're kind of having, because of like breath control and like lengthening out some of these pockets. Kind of be, look in your eyes, tell me everything's alright. And it doesn't sound bad. You got a good voice.
Our neighbors are like, fuck.
They're like, get them out of here, dude. But it's all very smooth, right? Instead of all right. And then even just a that like sharpness, like that punch right there. I'm so loud, y'all.
It's so loud.
It's so loud. I need a studio again. But it's that
Loading.
it's that sharpness right there. It's that sharpness right there that I feel like would make this feel way more energetic. Like it would just, I feel like that would match the energy of the drums and the guitars and something like that. Yeah, Derek. The only problem, Derek, is you can't hear the context of anything else. So you just randomly hear us screaming. Yeah, 100% Zooted. Yeah. So I would focus on timing and comping. And then I would focus on really digging into each pocket. That way, if you just do like one sentence at a time, one little pocket at a time, you can give it its full energy, its full stack of vocals. Get a double on the vocal in the middle, get some accents and layering to the outside, support it with some layers in a way that feels really vibrant so the vocal doesn't feel, I hear layers there, but they're kind of quiet, wide, and a lower register. In my opinion, I would get your low register layers closer to the middle of your vocal, probably, maybe, 10% on either side if you have a double track of it, and your higher layers, your higher doubles wide. That way your vocal mix feels bright, wide, and open, as opposed to in this version, it's kind of dark and mellow because your low layers are pushed really wide and they're more prominent. So I think you could restructure your vocals a little bit just to make this super sharp and punchy. And then this is, personal opinion, I'd probably retract the hook because I do like your melodies are great. Your production is really interesting and cool. I like a lot of the stylistic choices you're making, but I do think you could make that vocal punch, clean, clear, and less smooth and legato. I think if you make some small changes like that, this immediately punches way more for me. Way, way, way more.
Oh, we went back to the beginning.
Yeah.
I think it'd be worth it.
I think so.
Not that the current ones are bad by any
Not at all.
means.
Just could be more intentional, right?
The boldest thing I have ever seen. Oh, please.
So like even hear voice thing I ever sing. Oh please. All right, like super smooth, super legato, instead of the da 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 da. Oh. It's like a little funkier, a little poppier.
Yeah, a little more professional and polished.
Yeah, it's got a little more sharpness to it, a little bit more punch, as opposed to sitting like back in your chest voice. And that's all blended together, right? It's all kind of like balanced together. That's the kind of the pocket that I would look at there. You got a cool voice though, man. I like the low octaves, the low, you have like a third note harmony on the outside there that's really nice. I like that on the verse, but then I would push higher and layer higher, because if you layer lower for too many of the vocals, then it makes the vocal feel lower as a foundation. But if you layer higher vocals and support the higher ones, then it makes it feel punchier, sharper, brighter over the top end, right? So when it comes to like rebalancing those layers there, I like the lower layers from the verse because it gives it like distinction, right? It makes the verse its own thing 100%. What's up, Lou? Welcome in, man.
What's up, guys? Welcome in. We only have a couple tracks left for today, so
Yep.
just a heads up on that.
2 more tracks today. So that low, the low pocket supported on the verse, but maybe rebalance to get your higher harmonies and like higher doubles of your vocal more prominent on your hook, so it feels a little bit more built out. Let me skip forward a little bit, but honestly, Zooted, I think you're in a really good spot, man. Like, I think your production is interesting. It's cool. Your lyric structure is fine. I like it too. You do have a good format to the song. Your verses and hooks are distinct. They're very dynamic. I think you're doing a lot of things really well, man. Really, really well.
Take me, take it, go on, make me alive. Want you to look me in the eyes and move your body.
Okay, we'll get the
side
line
to
updated
side.
soon.
On mine, on mine. Get close and whisper in my ear. Squeeze that girl, cause I'm right here. Come right inside. Want you to look me in the eyes and move your body side to side. On mine.
Look at this pocket.
Want you to look me in the eyes and move your body side to side. On mine. On mine. Get close and whisper
Oh, 15 actually won't look good.
inside, girl, cause
I
I'm
see
right
15.
here. Come right
Just kidding.
inside.
Let me see. Yeah.
I would also, personally speaking, I know you gotta yell to get some of these vocals out. You gotta really, really project. But this high outro here, if you got it in you for a couple takes, I would try to hit this last ad lib full voice instead of falsetto. Because once again, that high falsetto softens the tone a little bit, and the synth is granular. It's got a lot of like attack to it. Obviously, the guitars and the drums are hitting really hard, and you have a good balance on those things too. But then you do it. It would be so. I don't even want to do it in here because it would just be so freaking loud. But if you could hit like a high mix voice right there in that same melody, I just feel like it would drive home the climax of the song and give you your peak at the end here, as opposed to
Yes, we were
softening it with
talking
the
about that,
falsetto.
Derek.
Like right here at the very outro. Like let this break down. Like if it was more of the like just a high supported like mixed voice, just to really like punch it out. Just punch it out, right?
Amazing, Zach. Feel free to drop it in the Discord.
Yes, Zooted. What's up, y'all? Just drop in.
Under the
Oh,
promotions
beautiful, dude.
channel.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited. Let's go. Sorry, I was like reading through a couple different things.
And then Plant Dad, really quick, we always say to check the line on the submission instructions because we do only have 2 tracks left. The minimum has jumped up to 25 because of that. But yeah, we are closing up for today, so we are on the last couple of tracks for today. But of course, if you don't want to send more to be in one of the top 2, we completely respect and understand that. Your credit of 15 will be saved until the next time you're able to jump in. Whenever we're live, you can cash in that credit.
100%. I want to hear that one more time. I might just do it F the neighbors because I want to hear like what it sounds like with the high vocal right there.
Bruh.
It's so loud. I want to hear it because I'm trying because there's a part of me that kind of likes the falsetto. Like there's a part of me that likes the kind of chorused 80s. Sorry, neighbors. I just want to try it once. It might sound like shit, but I just want to try it on the outro to kind of hear how it sounds with like more energy. Because I think, like we've talked about over the course of the song, one of those missing pieces is some of those vocals, some of your production layers and stuff like that, not having like the punch they need. So
It's
the last,
whatever. Our neighbors are loud as fuck, and they'll just be
No,
doing
literally.
it playing video games and shit. So
100%.
I'm like, and it's only 6:45 p.m.
right there, exactly right. But so that's why I want to do it because I want to hear if it does need that punch there, right? Of it not feeling like we're like this vocal needs more punch, this stuff needs more punch. That being kind of one of the restrictions of the song. And I want to hear if the falsetto offers a chorus that sounds really nice, or if it could use that it could use that punch right there. So I'll try it. We'll see. It's gonna sound obnoxious. I'm sorry in advance. So keep this like as is, and then push up to the.
How long does that give us?
5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Even just that, it wasn't that too crazy.
No, yeah. That's
Even
not
just that of the and then close with the synth. To me, it's just it amplifies power at the end as opposed to like suppressing it with a softer tone like a falsetto, right? Something like as simple and as easy as that, I think could go a long ways. But y'all show some love to Zooted. Zooted, you're a beast, dude. I love the creativity of your production structure.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, you're doing so many things really, really cool, man. Really, really cool.
Okay, so let's talk through some things for your plan as far as branding goes. I don't think we've mentioned it really much today at all, guys, so no one can say anything.
Facts.
One of the best places to start to develop and discover your branding and the aesthetic you want to go for and stuff like that is Pinterest. So if you don't already have it and you're not already utilizing it, I highly, highly recommend it. I just feel that pretty strongly that nothing compares to their algorithms as far as how well it picks up on, you know, what you want to see more of, and just helps you do a bit more of that discovery. So yeah. No, it's really helpful. Have a good night, Derek. Good to see you.
Derek.
Have a great
Appreciate you
weekend.
being here.
Thanks for popping in really quick. But yeah, no, it's really helpful. So I highly recommend it. Outside of the branding, it's even helpful for things like album cover design, inspiration, you know, any events you end up throwing, any merch you end up doing in the future, if you do end up doing any, But yeah, super, super helpful tool. What I recommend doing is starting a board for your, music branding, like so Zooted music or whatever, and just pinning anything and everything that feels, right according to who you are and how you want to present yourself in your music identity and how you want to be perceived by your audience. All those kinds of things is what I want you to be thinking about. But honestly, don't overthink it. Just if it feels right and if it's like ringing true to something inside of you, just pin it. Don't overthink it. But yeah, it could literally. I don't think retrack is in here, but it can literally be hashtag anything. Nothing is off limits because, of course, who's to say what you find and pull inspiration from and what you don't. Let's see if the bot took care of that already. But yeah, so that is going to be the first step, developing your branding. You want to make sure you have a very cohesive design and aesthetic going, and that's going to be the foundation of everything else that you do. Yeah, it did. It deleted it fast.
Welcome in, Funk. Good to see you, man.
Oh, no, 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 don't funk with my heart. Every time you come in, I'm gonna say
Every
it.
time. It's like triggers it.
What's up? Happy Friday, dude. So from there, it'll be about, setting up every single one of your platforms and making sure that you have that cohesive, identifiable brand on every single platform. And then from there, everything's set up, right? You got your foundation set. All you have to do is market. And there's so many different ways you can have fun with your marketing. So we can always talk about that down the line whenever you're ready to, but you're in a good spot of building up a good catalog, making sure it's, polished and professional, up to par with what you want to put out there as far as quality goes. And then also working on your brand at the same time. That's the sweet spot. I always recommend it. So if you're able to do that, then that is fantastic. And then any way that we can help you in your journey, of course, we got your back. We do have a website, theobsidiankey.com. It's also ! Website will be pulled up if you put that in the Twitch chat. But yeah, we have all kinds of services available for you guys. And basically our whole business is set around helping artists and creatives on their creative journey.
100%. Zooted, you're a beast. Really, really talented. I'm excited to see how you build out this track and your future ones. Super excited for your future, man. Y'all show some love to Zooted.
What is that anyway? Can't really tell.
I don't know. I can't see what that is actually.
Absolutely, Zooted. Thank you so much.
100%, man.
Thanks for hopping in today and hanging out with us. It was really fun.
All right. Wes, hop in the chat. Wes, let me know that you're here. Let me know that you're here.
West Cap up next.
And then I have 4 different songs here. Let me know which one you want me to play.
And then I think it's Ruach. I don't know if Ruach is here, which would be really ironic if you're not.
I know, right?
The ones that complain about not getting played
Right
and then
back.
they're
Perfect. Got you.
not here sometimes.
Okay, so my son is the one with the longer hair. Awesome. Let me get into it. Oh, give me some context. This is Right Back by Saturdays. So
sick. We get a
Saturdays.
video.
Saturday. Yeah, we got a music video here. I'm so excited.
Me too.
Let me like it. Might as well. This is Saturdays by Right Back. Or no,
Is this released to your
backwards.
Spotify and, all platforms? I can definitely pull up your Spotify as well.
definitely. Right Back by Saturdays. This is the official music video. Yeah, give me some context on.
Can you close the line and then close that line as well?
Yeah. Give me some context on the production, the building out of this track. If you have any role in this track, let me know. If it's just your son, let me know. So on and so on. Give me some context on mix, little things like that. I would love to get some details on there. And let's get it. I'm excited.
It's your
This
son?
is.
Did I hear that right?
That's what I'm asking. I think his son is in it for sure. I just want to make sure.
Okay.
But yeah, give me some details and let's get into it. This is Right Back by Saturdays. Okay, perfect. Yeah, if you don't have those details, no worries at all. If it was you or you played a role in it,
Okay, nice.
then perfect. If it's just your son, awesome. We'll get in some details here.
And
but I'm
just as
excited
a
to.
reminder, guys, these live streams are saved to Twitch for 2 weeks, and then they are uploaded and saved to YouTube indefinitely. So if you ever want to refer back to anything, if you want to share it with your son and give him a timestamp, there is a YouTube video for you to refer back to.
100%. All right. Do you happen to know, just one detail, do you happen to know if he's going to a studio to record or if he's doing it himself? All right.
Shout out to the parents that put their kids on.
I love it.
We get several in here, and we absolutely adore it. It's just
Love the
so
support so
incredible.
much.
Yeah,
Love it so
super
much.
amazing. So mad props to you, Westcap.
Perfect. Studio. Let's get it. I'm excited. There's a vibe.
Static place to fall. Won't you right back? I will hold on. Right back, I will. Yeah. Right back, I will hold on. Right back, I will. Fight back so I can hold the walls around it. Right back, I will. Right back, get on, baby. Yeah. Right back, I will.
I think so. They're a duo, right? Saturday's band. Nice. Is this his voice though? Or his production, maybe. Nice.
Won't you fly away from here?
Nice.
Won't you turn away from here? Because
I love the dancing. Definitely make sure to check out the video, you guys.
Hell yeah.
Saturdays dash right back on YouTube.
And right written like WRITE.
right back, I will hold on. Right back, I will. Yeah. Right back, I will hold on. Right back.
So much potential here.
here.
100%.
Okay.
Y'all, show some love. Let me get this back here. Y'all, show some love,
Nice.
man. That
Very cool
is
vibe.
Right Back by Saturdays. Let me pull it up on Spotify. So our second listen here will go over to Spotify so y'all can get the stream over there too. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot
Yeah,
over on
shout out to you,
Twitch.
Joe. Thanks.
All right. Oh, crushing it. Let's go. 18,000 monthly listeners.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Killer.
What's up, Joe?
That's right.
Happy Friday.
All right, beautiful. Let's get into it, man. I'm excited. Thank you so much, Westcap, for sending this in. The other guy's a drummer. Okay, awesome. So just so I know kind of who I'm listening to a little bit. So the other guy is the drummer. He sings background,
And lead, I think.
with the singer behind the scenes, And is he playing guitar too? Because there's a lot of production elements here too. So he's handling some of the production, it seems like, too, some of the other textures and stuff that we have in there. Who's the lead vocal? Is the lead vocal him or just background? Just so I kind of know what my ears are listening to. Okay, nice. Hell yeah. Love it. Awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of really, really cool. And this song has 151,000 streams. Fantastic. Beautifully, beautifully done. Let's get into it. There's some things that I'll, and again, the song is streaming well. Doesn't mean that it can't have things that can improve on it. There's some things that I'll bring up just because I feel like it could lend itself to people relating to it a little bit more and hearing it a little bit more with some clarity. But honestly, I love the stylistic choices that are being made. I love the saturation, the swing, the percussion movement. The chord changes are awesome. Even like those little like chromatic walks in the vocal are really, really, really cool. So that they're obviously doing
So
some things
creative, yeah.
really, really well. You know, the lead singer's unfortunately not allowed to be in a band, so he's behind the scenes. Okay, got you.
Okay, got you.
So he's background on some other stuff too.
Okay.
Yeah, killer. Got you. All right, let's get into it. This is Right Back by Saturdays. Go check it out. The song is released. It's on platforms. Go stream it. Go add it. Go like it. All that good stuff. Production is really, really cool. I like it a lot.
Not allowed to be in a band, like he's too young or something, or I'm intrigued by that.
Yeah, you piqued my interest.
Yeah.
Damn, got you.
Man, that's brutal.
That's tough. What's up, Jenna?
Hey Jenna, good to see you.
Appreciate you, Nin.
Love you, Nan. Have a good one.
So there's a couple and I'm guess I'm gonna more so address kind of anybody who's interested in production and stuff like that, since you don't have as much of an immediate role in like the building of the song.
But also he can maybe
Could relay
send it to
relay
him.
some of
Yeah.
it. So there's some things that I love about this, and it's streamed well, and people have related to it. Maybe I don't know if y'all have done any promotion or anything like that, but it's doing really well for y'all. So I absolutely love that. There's some moments in this song that are really, really vibey or have great clarity, great pocket for the vocals, and then there's some pockets of it that get really noisy. So the progression of the movement of the bass with the chords of like the synth pads that are happening over it, with the background vocals doing one stack of harmonies and the lead vocal doing like a chromatic walk and a different melody, some of those pockets, and then it'll go back to being like super vibey and groovy, a little swing on the drums. It's soulful. It's got a really, really cool tone and a really cool vibe. And then some other pockets where the production structure can get like really busy and noisy. And then in those moments, I lose a little bit. I still hear really cool things, but I do lose some of the vibe. I do lose some of that,
Right,
like
me too.
really like intimate, like swing and groove and stuff like that, which is prevalent in that vocal with the saturation, the drums and the bass lines and stuff like that. So what I guess if there's anything that I would look out for on the production side, right, would be clarifying some of the structure of the song. And if there's a lot of ideas happening, like you're putting a lot of, which I tend to be this way too in my own production, but like you have a lot of ideas that you're putting out, make sure that they ease. This is like prevalent in like playing jazz and like stuff like that. Make sure each one has its space, right? So like if the bass is going to be doing a whole lot of movement, maybe simplify the synthesis. If the lead vocal is going to be doing a lot of interesting chromatic vocal runs and movements, maybe those stacks need to back off for a second to give space for that vocal to do notes that aren't in the scale, things like that, right? Like a little bit of a give and take between some of the layering so that there's space to like appreciate each layer as it comes and goes. Again, prevalent in like soul and funk and jazz and stuff like that. That'd be one thing that my producer brain, thank you for the follow,
Yeah,
I
thank you
appreciate
so
you.
much.
and my producer brain is kind of listening for. Because once it goes back into the vibe, dude, I just love it. It feels so good. It's easy to listen to. It's saturated
Totally.
and mixed really well. And then sometimes I'm like, there's a lot going on and my brain doesn't kind of know where to turn. Maybe simplifying some of those elements or just giving them their own space in the mix, right? Some small little details
Yeah,
to think about.
exactly. I'm feeling the same way. I kind of just felt like there were parts that got a little chaotic for me.
Mhm.
Where that wouldn't be my personal taste. I probably would have skipped it at that point. But I can hear the creativity and the
100%.
all of the skill that this also took. And
Definitely.
so I want to say that everything we're saying, take it with a grain of salt, because at the
Subjective.
end of
Yeah.
the day, yeah, art is very subjective, and art, like music, you know what I mean? You could essentially do whatever you want. I can also kind of see, I don't know if this was the intended goal here, but I could kind of see that it could be similar to a modern day jazzy vibe,
hmm
because jazz doesn't have rules in that way.
Yeah.
And in that case, I can see it being really, really cool and a lot of people vibing with it. Obviously, a lot of people have vibed with it, you know?
100%. I
So
agree.
that's why I wanted to make sure to say, just because it's not our cup of tea does not mean that, or our I would say our biggest cup of tea, because I still like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why we don't stick to just reviews here. We just want to be helpful, and anything that is helpful, we'll
and
always try to do.
and I'll always try to like separate myself from the consumer side too, just because when I'm listening to stuff like this, I more want to break it down from like the professional side, like the production
Yeah.
side, and having like worked with session musicians and vocalists and stuff like that, and building up production tracks kind of in this vein. That's more the vein that I want to listen from, just
So it's like
because.
if you want it to be the most industry standard sound that, will really capitalize on getting the most streams and stuff like that,
Mhm.
then you could take some of these tips that
Sure.
we're saying.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's like if
Do
you
what's
just want to
authentic.
make your art, exactly, be authentic to you.
Yeah.
I
What's up?
think we need to update the chat. It needs to be refreshed.
Okay, hold on. See if it'll do it after this. There we go. Boom. Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
What's up, sick rats? Welcome in. Okay, let me get
Hey,
back
sick
into it.
rats, good to see you.
So like right here, what I'm hearing is like everything soloing, right? So like I hear the drums starting to do more of their group, like they're kind of going into a different structure there. The lead vocal soloing, it's doing its thing, and then you also have the stacks of and the bass is also doing a walk up. Like right, it's all of that movement leading to your brain kind of not knowing where to look, which is why I think, especially if you listen to like Daft Punk, you listen to like some of Pharrell's productions, you listen to like stuff like that, you'll very oftentimes hear what the forefront's supposed to be. Is it a funky like guitar or a clavinet for a second? Is it like shifting over to like a lead trumpet? Are the vocals doing their thing? Is someone rapping? Is the drum soloing? You'll get like this perspective shift throughout the course of the song in order for your brain to be able to focus on what the producer of the song, kind of the person who's structuring the music and production, like where do you want them to focus? Do you want, like, should I be listening to the lead vocal right here? Like or should I like listen to what the drums are doing? Because they're kind of going crazy for a second. And I think that kind of little bit of chaos right there, that movement of like not knowing which vocal to listen to and which structure to listen to is what will make something feel noisy. There's a place for that too, right? That could even be intentional. It could even be like Saturdays is the name of the band. It could even be like
Right.
an intentional
To elicit
like,
emotion.
like a feeling of anxiety and chaos mentally or something that you're trying to elicit in that case.
Totally.
I would encourage anyone trying to do that to give context in the song to like make that so, right? So you almost like guiding the audience into exactly what you want them to feel. You got to kind of hold people's hand a little bit with production and songwriting and kind of, this is exactly what I want you to feel. And I hope that that translates well. But from a skill standpoint, from a mixed balance standpoint overall, I really like it. I think there's just strategic choices that can be made to clarify a little
Sure.
bit. But I think you're doing or you in this case, but your son and their partners in this record are doing some really, really cool things. I'm just always a fan of their, even in the midst of noise and chaos and many layers of something, that there's still distinction between those elements and an ability to focus on what the producer wants you to focus on.
Absolutely.
And then we go back here, I'm in. I come back here, the drums are tight with the bass. The drums are tight with the bass. The guitar follows that syncopation. It has some chromatic walk downs. You get the saturated vocal. Like, right, I come back into here, I'm in, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's got some great pockets in here that are really vibey and really aesthetic.
Baby, you said I don't love alone. You're peeking out.
Yeah, this part gets nice.
Baby, you're waiting like the moon. Won't you, baby, I will hold on.
Love the filtering.
I will
Bring everything collapsed into mono. It's cool.
back, I will hold on. Right back, I will. Right back, so I can hold on to. Right back, I will. Right back, I will.
It's like same thing here. In this layering right here, you have an overlaying vocal, right? So right back and and right back. That's like the saturated vocal, and then you have a layered vocal underneath it that starts running in a loop underneath that vocal. I would probably right now everything's collapsed to mono, which is fine. I actually like that effect. It makes the mix feel really small and narrow, and then it kind of explodes out of that, which I appreciate the stylistic choice to do that on the mixing side. But because that layer is kind of sitting in a line, like all these vocal layers are kind of sitting right behind each other like this, you can't distinguish what's going on. So you lose the lyrics, you lose the vibe. They're all kind of floating right behind each other, as opposed to like opening it up a little bit and getting them in their own lane. In a situation like this, if you do want like the effect of that doubled vocal on there, I would at the very least probably pan it to the outside by, if you want it close, you still want it pretty mono, like 8 to 10% or something like that, 8 to 15%. So it's kind of like they're like three vocals standing next to each other, as opposed to three vocals all standing right in a line where you can't distinguish kind of what they are. They're all filtered, they're all saturated, so you lose the lyrics, you lose the vibe a little bit. Little decisions like that of just like opening up that vocal structure again, I think would be nice. But also a lot of what I'm saying is stylistic, right? If that's not the vision, if that's not the sound they want, then you know that's kind of a separate thing. But I think that would help you bring a little bit more clarity to that lead.
Won't you fly away from here?
Like this part, I struggle to hear the vocals.
Turn away
What's up, Cole?
from here. Because
So like I almost on this.
Like I feel like I'm like really, really desperate to hear the vocals, like a little more clarity in the vocals.
Let me hear this. Yeah, let me hear. And I think some of it is because they don't, nothing has like a supported element to it, right? So the lead vocal's kind of doing what it does on its own, and the layers are doing what they do on their own. The guitar riff is doing what it does kind of on its own, as opposed to for just like a moment and the song having all those vocals support the same idea. So let me hear this progression real quick.
won't you fly away from here? Won't you turn away from here?
So in this, want you dun, 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 dun. If like all of the vocals supported that idea and the layering was supporting that idea, then the vocal can float away from it for a minute because there's like a foundation that all supports that melody. The counter to that would be having all of the vocals have all the vocals here. And even like that lead vocal melody that's super saturated could follow the same. Or it could like follow those other melodies and the chromatic walks that it wants to do, but like the foundation of the song is supporting the melody and supporting that foundation. These are just ideas, right? Just stuff to kind of toss around. But that's part of what makes it noisy. That's part of what makes it, because it's like the drums are in their own world, the guitars are in their own world, their vocals are doing their own thing, the other vocals are doing their own thing. Nothing's following the same format or the same structure. And if done really, really strategically, I think can work. But since it's all kind of happening at once, I think that's definitely where you're getting some mud. But again, there's enough people that are vibing with this energy. I think it's a testament to the charisma of the artists, the way that they represent themselves, the way that they market. Like, you're getting great streams
Have
on
they
a song like
been
this.
added to any playlists, or how do they get traction?
Yeah.
Because I'm not seeing a platform really. I found the Instagram via the Spotify,
So
but it's not very active.
probably through label playlisting, I'm assuming. You might not know all the answers to that, but unless
There's a missing piece here, and I'm wondering if it is label playlisting.
yeah. That happens a lot. Social media and IG. Okay, cool.
It's not very active. There's literally one video on it. I don't know.
Oh yeah, there's only
Yeah.
one video on IG.
TikTok.
Okay, cool. And then you get back into the vibe, right? Yeah, you get like back into the swing. Okay, they changed last week. Gotcha. Are they doing like took a bunch of videos down? Are they doing like a rebrand for the band? Is that what's going on? That happens.
For sure.
We've
Yeah,
had
that makes sense.
where they kind of have to hit reset for a second and do some different stuff. Maybe a bandmate, like maybe the singer, right? Like you get a lead.
Okay,
a
I
lead-
think yeah, I see some on TikTok that have kind of taken off.
They have big followings individually on IG. Gotcha.
Okay,
Gotcha.
nice.
Yeah. Rebrand, and then
Cool.
a singer leaves, a drummer changes. Like, it happens. That definitely happens.
Yeah, that gives me more context. Thank you.
For sure. They're super talented. Super talented.
Yeah, 100%.
Of course. Good pocket here at the end. Like, I want to hear more of like that hook. You know what I mean? Like that little dun, 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 dun. That little pocket right there is so engaging. It's really, really well done. Man, y'all show some love. Saturdays. The song's called Right Back. Obviously, very, very, very talented, engaging, charismatic. Obviously,
Okay, yeah, nice. Cameron has a big following on
killer.
Instagram.
Amazing. And
That's
so
super helpful.
I
Yeah.
always come at it from the context of even when a song does really well, but there's some things that feel limiting or restrictive when it comes to like the way something sounds. I think it's easy, just having worked with some artists in that position too. It's easy to be very like satisfied with the fact that a song has done really well and think there's no reason it could like 10x that, right? Like, they have the followings,
Totally.
they have the platform, they have the like economy built around them to do multiple million stream songs, hundreds of thousands
Oh,
of followers.
easily. Yeah.
Yeah, like hundreds of thousands of followers. You do have a good follower count here for how the streams are doing. Having like, I think 5,000, almost 6,000
Not bad.
followers on here for how many monthlies they have. That's a good turnover. So I even though it's easy, I think sometimes on the production end, I could
Ripe
back
with potential.
yeah, like I could back off of some things being like, well, they got 150,000 streams, so they're crushing it. But then they also have a huge platform. This song could, I think, have 1 million streams, 2 million
exactly.
streams, right? Because they're charismatic, they're engaging, they're good looking, they're fun, like all that
Totally.
stuff. They have so much freaking potential. It's just building out the production structure, I feel like, for me, personally speaking.
Let's talk about ways they could also level up their Spotify. I love all of the photos that they've done from that photo shoot that they did with the sofa. I think it's really, really cool, and it fits the vibe that they have with their music. So it's really cool. I think that
Super cool.
that as their brand and aesthetic is nice. One thing I definitely want to see, if they care about maximizing their SEO on Spotify, is definitely a longer description in the about section. So this is where you want to provide as much info as you possibly can about who you are, what you do, why you do what you do, anything that can basically set the stage for your audience connecting with you is going to be ideal, right? So Some good keywords to put in there would be like a location, so where you're based out of, what genres you like to tap into, where you pull inspiration from, listing out some specific artists that they directly pull inspiration from that are way bigger than them can definitely help the Spotify algorithm be like, okay, I recognize this artist. Let me tap into their listeners and feed them this on the playlist and stuff like that. It can be really, really handy and helpful. So I highly recommend doing that. And when you do tag the artist, make sure you actually fully tag them, almost like you're tagging them in on Spotify or TikTok, on any other social media platform. It works similarly. So put the @ symbol in front of their name, and then make sure that it hyperlinks it.
Like,
That
just
way the
as like
algorithm can
a
fully pick up on it.
quick example of that is, like, let's say in their bio they say, and like,
Thanks,
inspired
Rejack.
by at Pharrell and like a couple other artists or something like that, right? A couple of different artists. They have 6,000 people in there. I mean, 18,000 monthly listeners. If those 18,000 people tap on Pharrell and go over to Pharrell's music, there's now like
Yep.
an algorithmic thread between those accounts. And
Mhm.
so the Spotify lords see that there's a thread between these artists that people are kind of bouncing back between. And so other people that listen to Pharrell all the time, or whatever artists are tagged, Saturdays might now pop up on someone's, Discover
Jeremy,
Now
we'd love to have
playlist
you
and
back.
stuff like that.
Usually Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays. We're
Yeah.
in the middle of a move right now, so kind of just going as we can. But if you want to tap in the Discord, we have all kinds of info at the link tree on Torvik's profile that you can, stay connected with the community and stuff like that. But we'd love to
100%.
have you.
Absolutely.
Thanks for hopping in. But yeah, so basically what I want you to think about is that you ideally want everything to kind of connect with everything else. So you want the Spotify to plug the Instagram, which it does right now, which is great.
Awesome.
And then the Instagram has a link tree, which functions as a one-stop shop, so that anyone who comes across them on any single platform can tap in at that link tree and know exactly what to do. Here's all the platforms, here's their
Mhm.
merch, here's any events they may be doing, here's blank blank blank, basically anything, anything that they're doing. You want people to easily be able to find and support. So that's the goal. But honestly, overall, they could teach us some things,
Yeah,
right?
they're
Like
crushing it.
they're
They're doing-
fucking killing it.
They're doing
Yeah,
some
so
other sides of it really, really, really well.
incredible.
Yeah. Amazing. Man, y'all show some love.
Really big love for Saturdays.
Saturdays and a
specifically
huge
Westcat.
Westcap.
for
Shout out to
sending this
Westcap.
in.
Thank you so much for
Big
sending
love,
that
and
in.
you've hung out with us most of the day. We've really, really
Appreciate
appreciated
you a lot, man. Thank you so much for
having
being here.
you here. It's been really, really cool and fun.
Of course.
If they or you or all of you want to join our Discord, we would absolutely love to have you.
100%.
There's specific promotion channels in there that you can anytime they have a new release or anything, they can drop it in there and stuff like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Any specific questions, guys? We are about to head out. I think that's going to close us out because I don't think
so
Ruak is
hungry.
here.
So hungry.
Ruak, are you here? Just a quick call because I know you've
Absolutely.
been
Thank you
upset
so much,
lately.
Wes. I appreciate you.
You've been getting upset lately, darling, and you're not here.
Not present.
You're not
For your
present.
time. Patience is a virtue and it never hurts you. That
Thank
might
you
call it.
so much.
I
Thank
appreciate
That
you
really
so
means
much.
a lot.
That's
We
gonna
need
We need it.
we need the
it's-
luck, bro.
Okay, moving the studio, moving everything.
Genuinely.
It's gonna be fun. All right, y'all. I think that's gonna call it today. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all for hanging out. If you haven't already, go to my link tree. Click on all of the icons at the top and follow us on all the
Yeah,
different
have an
platforms.
awesome weekend, guys. Happy
Hopefully,
Friday.
we'll see y'all very, very soon. We'll be
Peace.
back around Monday. Peace.